held me down on the countertops, and my arms were cut on the glass in that attack.
And if we could draw attention to your arm there, are those scars? What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
Those are scars that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 423, please? And does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes, that's...
Hold on a second. I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
Thank you. May we publish? All right, and please describe to the jury what this shows.
It is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see my scars. Even though I have makeup on them, they're a bit harder to cover because they're rather fresh.
Okay. Now, after this, in April of 2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury about that trip.
Well, after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. His doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean.
Objection, hearsay, non-responsive.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did. Just tell the other part. Just don't say what somebody else said. Okay?
So there was this period of sobriety after that, and Johnny was very committed to being clean and sober, and I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it, and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it was so peaceful. We had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that, in that state, and had a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies and about buying a farm and, looking for homes in California. And we were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time? In Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. Remodeled, very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in early March?
The home isn't the problem. If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence live in their homes. That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me, Johnny was my home. Where we were a couple was my home. And that home was often really violent. But it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny. And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180. Clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. Any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different.
Okay. June 16, 2015, the Magic Mike tour. Where did you go for that tour?
while I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection non-responsive.
That was still responsive.
Well, I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Michelle, can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 447? I'm going to ask you first, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And Michelle, if you could zoom in just a little bit closer. Amber, could you tell the jury about this picture?
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in. You can see the scars on my body, on my arms.
Okay.
You can't see everything, of course, but...
Okay. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 449? And Amber, does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 449.
No
All
objection.
right, 449 in evidence. Publish.
And Amber, could you please describe to the jury what this portrays?
This is, you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time, Johnny was calling me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events, and sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations about why I didn't pick up sooner, didn't text back sooner, and sometimes I actually on this tour many times had to delay getting out of the car or...
Objection non-responsive.
I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour?
He was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to do press events.
All right. Thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
No.
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence. Now, Mr. McGivern testified that he took this picture in July of 2013. Would you agree with
Objection misstates prior testimony.
that? That's exactly what he testified to.
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't.
I have the transcript.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnelly.
Is that correct?
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us, yes.
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
It was in 2015,
Okay.
July.
And please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning him wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in the in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by the, kind of got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a small, a narrow sleeper cart, and there were 2 beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck, and he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could not even mean to kill me. You know, I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it. And kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground. And kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, you know, his arms away from my neck. I remember I had, at one point, he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he rips the shirt off of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up. The next morning, actually, I woke up with it still around my neck and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
Did you keep a diary at that time?
Yes, I did.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 461?
Objection, hearsay.
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to admit it into evidence at this point.
All right. I'll wait for the question. Go ahead.
What, if anything, do you recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm not asking what she recorded.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Overruled.
I wrote about what happened that night the next morning.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Now, I'm going to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Depp Exhibit 390A. It's a recording, and I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. There's nobody else in
It's
there.
plaintiffs. What number was it?
It's plaintiffs. It's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to 390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay. Right. Any objection then?
No objection.
All right, 390A in evidence.
I saw you doing it earlier, whatever. It's fine, it's secretive. It's deceitful. You already you had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not tell me.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher. Shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
No,
Listen
shut
to
up.
me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
Okay. Let's go to August 2015. Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a very difficult time. Following the brief honeymoon we had, Johnny's use continued, well, it started again, is a better way to describe it, and lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem, or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, sir.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And so I was considering taking that job. And there was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down. But obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch a screener of it, which is a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place, and we're screening this film that I appeared in, and there was a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He was irate and was calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker. I called it a week of hell later.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point, he kind of either pushed or threw. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture. I later thought I had a concussion. It was the first time I thought I had sustained a concussion. And I wrote about it later.
Now, did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder on Mr. Depp's computer?
Yes.
What was it labeled?
It was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said, "No fun for JD," in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
it was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where I zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage, anytime I moved. And
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain as to what
Okay.
she believes it was.
Okay. What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me how I got any of those scars.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often, in fights, would cut his arms or hold a knife to his chest or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending, he also put cigarettes out on himself. He'd flick them at me, and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming at my face as he put the cigarette out on his cheek.
Now, I'm going to take you to September 15, 2015, and Michelle, if we can bring up Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording, and it's 5:54 to 7:55. I'd like to move the admission, Your
All
Honor.
right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 345A in evidence. Thank you.
If you can play, Michelle, please.
I was gonna pour you one.
I'm an alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
Well, your truth is really interesting, too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm
All
the
right,
first
give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine,
noticed.
please, so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
Not escaping. I'll be back in 10
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you put me out?
I tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
How did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door, waking you up every 15 minutes, and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you were
Because if
afraid I
I
was
could-
going to die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely.
vomit a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep. Even
Really?
oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be so good. I hope so.
What? You don't vomit a lot? Or you gonna tell me that? Look at me in the eye. Tell me you don't vomit a lot. Go on, tell me you don't vomit a lot. You're always with me. At least one that you try to come.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So the advice I got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical. And after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Well, and that's going to take me to September 27, 2015. Again, Depp, that's Plaintiff's Exhibit 356A, and the recording is 3107 to 3230. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right. 356A in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, thank you.
Lie.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and you
figured
in
it
the
out.
face, and you said, "No, fucking, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie, and then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
You,
hit
punched
you
me.
across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what
me.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's
you-
the difference
you
between
poor
me and
toes.
you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights?
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up,
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse when there's not a physical fight? Then what's the excuse there? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away.
Amber, please explain to the jury what's transpiring in that audio recording, what that's about.
Well, there's two different situations that we're referencing in this fight. Two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him, I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity. The disparity between Johnny and I in our physical fights, the disparity of how he would proactively punch me and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him. I am talking about the difference between a punch, which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense. I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two, even if he wasn't twice my size. They're very different, and that's what I'm pointing out to him. The situation that involved, the context of that, is it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a door, our bedroom door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his body and his limbs to try to bust through the door as I was trying to keep it closed because I knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his arms, his body, as he was trying to prevent me from closing the door. And that is a separate incident that we later talk about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door. And it was one of those ones that he was passing out in. And I could hear him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed door is passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door, swinging at me. I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me. Johnny later later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, I wasn't even going to hit you. And that was the second door. I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain, I was scared, and I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, I won't react, thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
Thank you. So I'm going to play another clip from that same discussion, and Your Honor, it would be Plaintiff's Exhibit Depp's 356B, we will call that, and it would be from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07. And I'd like to move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 356B in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really mean it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to. In those interactions, I have to, you know, in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't. I took on as much as I could for myself. You know, I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blamed for walking away, blamed for staying. And I blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it, blame myself for staying, blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame, feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change. You know, it's almost more reassuring to take accountability for it than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change, no matter what you do, no matter what I did. No matter what I did, still hit me.
I'm now going to take you to October 5, 2015, and Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp's Exhibit 393A. It's another recording, 2:40 to 3:43. Move the admission.
No objection.
All right, 393A, plaintiffs in evidence.
fact of the matter is, Johnny, they don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. A tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to, yet again, this happening. That is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you
and
a question.
none of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never
Oh, boy.
actually
That's
seen.
that's not true.
Really? Have they been in the hallway? Yeah.
They've
Have
heard
they
it.
seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan could fucking quote us.
Great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse. Like they see it, they know, they work for you, or they're your friends. That
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that conversation.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, paid employees, his loyal staff, would back him up in fights, and that he would constantly threaten to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong, that it's all me. And he would do that in almost all of our fights, especially by 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up, so that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong. And that was, what I had to agree to over and over again, just to even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just tell the jury, and we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know he was disappearing with Mr. Manson with coke?
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. And he was
Objection calls for
disappearing every
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
So
Please continue with the
he
rest of
got
the
up
story.
for a longer period of time, not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was incumbent, on me, because it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who is really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that, was different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it from his
Objection,
company.
Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Anyone else?
So
Please continue.
So I wanted to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know who.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right,
That's why I followed him.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor.
So what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do next?
I went upstairs to the apartment, the main apartment, not the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in, to try to figure out what was going on. And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt. Kind of flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom, I had a glass of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered, and I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in after me, and there was this heavy, like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter and hurled it at my head, my face. It missed, thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall, above the bed. I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall and the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs, and I passed my closet. I had to change my shirt, and I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out, and I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
So we talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did miss one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 518? Amber, does that accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
No objection.
All right, 518, defendants in evidence. You can publish.
And this is from December 15, I believe. Could you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Yes, it's a picture of my bruised temple, and Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down, and I was punching my head. I'm repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you. Now, we went through the Bahamas before, and you returned from the Bahamas sometime late December, early January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January, February of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you and Johnny in this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents?
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. Is what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
She
speculation.
can say what she
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe he was hallucinating?
Same
Sustained.
objection.
Sustained.
Please describe what Mr. Depp was saying in January of 2016.
He was talking to people who weren't there, meaning people who were not in the room. He was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen. He hallucinated right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate. Just describe what led you to believe
Your
that.
Honor,
Okay.
objection.
I'll sustain the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury what you
Your
observed.
Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Please tell the jury what you observed.
I observed behavior from him that was erratic, irrational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now, I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time, Johnny was, again, behaving in a way that was very scary. It was terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she can describe what she's. What are you describing what you're observing?
Yes.
Please continue.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument he would accuse me of something. Some person in the room with me that had just walked out, or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had, or what belief he had, or what accusation he made of me in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me. It was terrifying because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th, we were in his Sweetser compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has. And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house. I believe I'd been across the street, and I slept on the couch. We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me. Even though we weren't fighting, I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So I had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
All right. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638. It's already admitted in evidence, Your Honor. And this is from February 10, 2016. And I'm going to ask you to play it, Michelle.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? Sneak that shit on me, motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, bye.
Why did you videotape this, Amber?
Because I knew he wouldn't remember.
Objection
and I
calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Rather than what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you...
I was afraid. It was scary. It's scary. Scared they wouldn't remember.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So I'm going to now take you up to April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
He at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days, just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He was gone for 2 days. Go ahead.
And I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday I said, well, are you gonna make it to my birthday party? We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Overruled.
asserted. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting, I think he said, maybe, at 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He... of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was delaying leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there. I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And we had a toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, "What's your fucking problem now?" And at the time, we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said. It was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded what I was feeling about my birthday and him having missed it. An argument followed that. I got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went like right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it. And I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore. And the fight, the argument, the fight continued into the salon area, which was outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't.
Good morning, everybody.
When he did
How's
it,
everybody
he picked
doing?
up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon
Sinuses
area,
are killing me this morning, guys.
out onto the street, out onto the downtown street that this window overlooked. In that moment, I went, oh no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other.
Thanks, Crossy. Yeah, I feel a little better today, man.
I
got my voice back.
Side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair. And
I got my voice back, man.
I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body.
Thanks, Crossy. I appreciate that, man.
I remember trying to fight him off of me. At some point, we're back in my main bedroom, and I believe I was getting
When they go to recess, guys, I'll give everybody the proper shout
when I
outs.
came out, we had another.
What's up, Kengi? How you doing, man? Good to see you, brother. One of my members right there. Appreciate you guys.
Kind of like, I remember he chest bumped me in this like broy way, chest bumped me.
Yeah, for real, Kengi, for real.
He kind of held me down by the shoulders, down on the side of the bed, kind of.
She's so lying.
Held me, wrestled me down.
Kangi, you're not going to believe this. The new PC didn't even have it 2 days. The graphics card went out, so I got to call them today and get it shipped back and fixed. I got a 3-year warranty on it, so they'll fix it.
The pubic
Just got to wait until they open to call them.
Area.
Yeah. I'm on the old PC right now, so. But it's all good, man. Ain't nothing I can do about it, you know what I mean?
Pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it. And,
yeah. I know, right?
He was asking
yeah,
me,
it does suck, but, you know.
He asked me if I thought I was so fucking tough. You're such a fucking tough guy, huh? Are you so tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now? That happened for...
Are we watching the correct trial? Because it seems like a replay.
I'm not quite sure.
Let me look on YouTube real quick, guys.
I think at some point he left. I remember at some
Y'all like my
point
thumbnail?
After that, I remember he was
Geoffrey
still
helped me with
in
that
the
thumbnail.
apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying to him, just, can we not fight like this? Like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing
You like it, Has? Yeah, Geoffrey helped me
leave.
make it
It's
last
my
night.
birthday. Let's just call it a couch. Just call it
Johnny's
truce
got the
and not
trident in his
have it
hand.
end like this. I don't want to have it end like this. I was just so tired, hurt, and I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. he responded cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone, and that no one would ever love me because all of this, pointing to my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me, or my tit sag, no one would ever love me, and I better get used to waking up alone. And he said this was all my fault and what I asked for, and he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now? And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him.
What up, Jennings? How you doing, man? How you doing, brother?
He just screams at me, happy fucking
Do you,
birthday."
Charlie?
And
I'm glad y'all
stormed
like
out.
it, man.
At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
It was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
I texted. Actually, well, I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday, and I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me, and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in, because there was a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass. And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny just...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I offered to prove the truth.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
And so we eventually got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dogs, left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember, as I am accustomed to doing, just trying to move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though it was impossible.
Let me stop you for a few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner,
Right, yeah, I just want to make sure we're watching the right thing.
in the room,
guys.
maybe
We are.
do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away.
Yeah,
so
really hash.
I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought
Let's
the
get this
dogs.
girl on
Who were
cross-examination,
the
man.
dogs you brought?
That's what I'm waiting to
Johnny's
see.
dog, at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading and relevance.
Overruled all that.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire
That dog
life,
got
and
high.
some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out.
Yeah, she's not, Jennings. She keeps changing her
what was
story
wrong with this dog. Never met a dog that
consistently.
was quite like this. So she
It's
had some
consistent,
control
man.
issues, hence why we would she liked to burrow in the bed.
Hence why
She
we
liked to be,
would.
you know, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers, and it was customary that they slept in bed with us. But Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in
Hunter
that bed,
555 just
with the
subscribed
dogs,
to the
and
channel.
I didn't
Thank you,
notice
Hunter.
anything, but we
Appreciate
left
that,
them in
man.
bed while we packed a
Thank you
bag
so much. I really appreciate
to
you
go to
subbing,
Coachella,
man.
You know, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control. of
Welcome to the channel,
he
Hunter.
didn't go to the
Appreciate you,
bathroom
man.
On the floor, so we leave him in bed until you're ready to take him outside to the patio, which is their designated.
Yeah, right, Hash. Yeah, that's what they're getting to.
And
That's what they're
what
trying to get to. That's what I was
plans were
assuming.
there? How often did you have housekeeping?
It was her. That was human feces. That was
The
too big to be
housekeepers
small
were there every
dog
morning.
feces.
Or they came every day, as far as I know.
That came out of her butthole.
Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell
I know,
Stormy
Jennings. I know, man.
that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you commit any kind of prank?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what a grown woman does. I was not also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life. I was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband with whom
Oh,
I was
please.
desperately in love.
Good
I knew
Lord.
I needed to leave.
Had nobody
It was,
attack you,
not really
woman.
a jovial time,
Scorpion woman.
and I don't
Liar.
think that's funny. Period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
You know, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, you know, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday, and as per what we did, it was he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection
Eastern
calls for
Columbia.
speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that
Okay.
one, what she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay, next question.
Thank you. All right. So let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay. And who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my
Yep,
sport.
exactly. Exactly,
Was there
Hash.
any occasion in which you were...
Guys, I got my
riding
stream
your
elements
vehicle
set up last
starting
night. My tip stream
He
elements. I'm
picked
going
us
to
up
pin it in the
from
chat, guys.
Coachella in the evening when
Shout out to
we,
Geoffrey
as a
Gamer for helping me
group,
do this, man.
all were
Big
ready to
shout out to
leave.
my boy.
That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same
Someone
time.
pin that, guys.
Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life, and I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's
Oh,
what we did.
goodness.
I didn't feel well. and
Your
wanted
best
to
friend
leave.
that you beat on?
And
That's
when
what you call
said
your
you
best
rode
friend?
back
I would hate to see what
started
your enemy
injecting,
is.
Was it just you, or did you have other people?
Jesus. This woman
when
is
we left
fickle,
Coachella,
bro.
it was
She's
my
fickle.
entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation.
But we got a
with
frozen
him.
we got
I
a
sat
frozen
in the very back
stream
seat
on
with
this
my
end
best friend
over
next
here.
to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, this.
One sec, guys. We got
This
we
might
we
be
have a
confusing.
All right,
frozen
that's fine.
stream.
Let's
Give
go ahead
me.
and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15
All right,
minutes. okay?
give me 1 second here, guys. We got a frozen stream. Yeah, it froze over there. It's not on my end. It's on their end. It froze. Give me 1 second here, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me get this figured out. Oh, they're taking their morning recess anyway. So to all my members in the chat, appreciate y'all being here, man. What's going on, members? Good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody here. Let me see what happened. I'm not too sure what happened. Okay. So what happened? Okay. All right, there we go, guys. We got it worked out. I just went to a different one. And we are in HD. Okay, good. So they're taking their morning recess. As everyone can see, she is still lying. As that's what she is. She's a manipulator. She's a manipulator, and I don't see how she could even have a shot, even close at winning this case. There's just no way she's going to win this case. If she does win this case, then the system has just failed us completely. There's absolutely no evidence of her, there's no evidence of her, of him abusing her. You know what I mean? There's no legit evidence that, let me zoom my camera here just a little bit, guys. There's no legit evidence against Johnny that he abused her. All they're talking about is his drug habits where he did cocaine. Okay, so what? He snorted some lines. Big deal. He took opiates. Okay, whatever. It's an addiction. He was an alcoholic. So what? He cleaned his life up. That still doesn't prove that he has abused her. There's no legit evidence, no audio clips, no video clips, no documentation of him abusing her. There's nothing. But all the evidence actually goes against her. So they're going to take their 15-minute recess, guys. I do apologize. It took me so long to get on camera. I got up at 8, and because court was in session at 9, but I forgot that they are on Eastern Standard Time. So it was actually 8 my time, 9 o'clock their time. So tomorrow morning I will be starting the stream at 8 o'clock a.m., which means I'll have to get up at probably 6 o'clock, 6:30 to get motivated and get the stream fired up. But with that being said, what's up, Ever 19? To all the new faces in the house, man, appreciate you guys being here, man. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. Sorry, guys, I apologize. My sinuses are really still bothering me. So those asking about the PC that I just got, yeah, I didn't even have it 2 days and the graphics card went out. It's a brand new PC. It's a very, very expensive PC. Matter of fact, I'm going to take this 15-minute recess, and I'm going to call iBuy Gaming and see if anybody's there, because they're supposed to open at a certain time, but they haven't opened yet. So I'm going to go ahead and call them and see if they're open. Guys, I'm going to leave this up. I'll leave the desktop audio on, so that way if it goes back in session, I'm not in here, you guys can hear the case. But with that being said, guys, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Greg pledged $5 through Patreon. Greg becoming a Patreon on the Criminal Justice Channel. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. I need a button for the Patreons. I still have not done that. Here you go. That's for the Patreons right there. I appreciate you, Greg. Actually, you know what? There you go. That'll be the button for the Patreons right there, man. Or I could use this one.
Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
If Dalton was in here, I would do this button here. Dalton loves this button.
Get over here!
But that'll be the Patreon button right
Hallelujah,
there.
praise the Lord.
I
Thank
mean, this one. Greg becoming a Patreon to the Criminal Justice Channel. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that, man. I'll be sure to get your name in the description with the Patreons. Let me get to the comments here real quick, guys, because I do got to go outside and make a phone call. Ever19, you are new. Ryan, LUL, you are new, man. Welcome to the live stream. Appreciate you guys being here. To all the new faces in the house, thank you guys for being here. Yeah, Johnny's her. Yeah, exactly, Hash, yeah. Oh, yeah, no doubt, Crossy. You know I will. You know I will have a prayer. You know I will. I'm telling you, I think if she wins, which I doubt she will ever, I doubt she will ever win. I just don't think it's going to happen. There's just too much evidence against her for her to win. Unless she's paying off the court system, that'd be the only way. But she's really not even that popular. You know what I mean? The only reason she is who she is because of a couple small films she did. And then she did Aquaman. You know, she played whatever character that was. Was it... what was her name in that movie? Was it Mira? Was her name Mira in that movie or something like that? Robbie Savage, what is that, man? What's your question, brother? Because I might have to answer over text. Yeah, guys, I'm going to go ahead and step outside and make my phone call to iBuy and get the process going with this PC to get it shipped out and see what I got to do. Because I'm going to have somebody help me because... this PC is like lifting a rock. It's so heavy. So guys, I'll leave the stream up and I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Robbie Savage subscribing. Thank you, Robbie. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. Really appreciate that. Try to read China out to the LSPFR, but they didn't answer my support team, you mean? Oh, LSPFR. Yeah, don't. I would go, listen, man. So I don't do troubleshooting in my live chat. So what you want to do is you want to go down into my description, click the Discord link, join the Discord, and get with my support team. They can help you get your game up and running like that, man. They can help you with any issues you have. I have a full support team. I have 6 channels in my Discord dedicated to helping folks with their LSPFR and GT5. So just join the Discord, man. Get my support team, and they will help you out. Guys, with that being said, I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to step outside, make my phone call, and I will see you all in just a few minutes.
we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sure.
All right, guys, court's back in session. Made my phone call. I got a call back in an hour to talk to customer service. The guy said they can help me get the graphics card switched out and all that. I asked him about a different brand of graphics card, and he said they'll be able to, get you set up and get whatever brand of graphics card that's available. So anything's going to be better than Gigabyte. So yeah, they're gonna take care of me. It's awesome. That's why you got to have warranties, man. I always recommend anybody. And I'm big on warranties, right? I'm so gung ho on warranties. Like, even everything in this game station, literally everything, right down to my face lights. These little face lights I have are warranted. Everything I have has got a warranty on it. Everything. And the PC has a 3-year extended warranty. So, what's up, Sphinx? How you doing, man? Sphinx, we're up in the house. Court is back in session. Would you, Lucas? Man, dude, that would have been awesome, man. I want to do that in the future. I want to get my own I'm telling you, Kangi. I'm telling you, bro. The warranties are always worth it, man. Because if I had not got a warranty on this PC and it broke down, I would then be responsible for the graphics card. Even though I could install one, I could do it. I could buy one, install it. It's not the point. It's the point that I can ship it back. They pay for shipping. They pay for handling. They pay for the repair. They give you another graphics card with no charge, and they send it back to you. So, you know, it's done and over with. So the problem is going to be getting this beast of a PC out and shipped out. So
21 to May 21, 2016.
everything I own has been fixed.
I had
for
no
you.
physical contact.
I'm
with
telling
him.
you, Greg, it's always worth it, man. Always
I'm
worth
going
it.
to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
And were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be their guest, and they will typically
sinuses.
dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I were we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had it's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up. No one would talk to me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, you know, on the carpet or if he'd
Throwing
show
a
up
phone
at
still
the
doesn't prove that he
hotel
abused
shortly
you.
Before, I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team, and I sat next to the place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he wasn't. That he effectively.
Yeah, it went
stood
good,
up on the
Lucas. They
carpet.
told me that I'd have to call back in an hour. Because I asked him
was
about
standing
swapping the
in line,
graphics card out for a different brand of graphics card. You know, same one,
gentleman.
3090.
It was Elon. And I didn't recognize.
I'd be
him,
fine with the 3080 or even a
until
3070,
we started talking.
as long as it's a different brand.
And, he reminded me that we
Anything
met
besides
once
gigabytes. So
before.
they said that I had to go back in
Another.
an hour to talk to customer service,
And did you strike
and they
up
would
a
in fact help me
friendship
out
with
and tell me
Mr.
what
Depp?
different brands of graphics card they have. So
We did.
They're gonna take care of me, man.
As I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of on the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of at a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46? It's already in evidence. It's Aaron Filati's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30.
Johnny's over there probably just drawing. He's probably sketching stuff.
The entry for 5
Yeah, he's an artist, man.
2016,
Dude can draw.
where it says,
Yeah, man, it pays off to. I was just saying, it pays off to have warranties, man. It really does. Crossing
if I
pays
can
off to have those
some
warranties.
reasonable highlighting here. Okay, it says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client
Oh,
reported
same
that
here,
her
man.
husband
Hey, what's
was
up, Chris? How
unaware
you
of the
doing, man?
visitor,
Chris Vroman up in the
nor
house. What's up,
illicit
Chris? How you doing,
drugs.
brother?
Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance?
I was just telling everybody,
who
Chris, I got off the
visited your
phone
home
with
on
iBuy
5/9/2016?
Gaming. I got to call him back in an
I
hour.
don't recall even being.
And I got to talk with someone from customer service.
I don't recall.
And they're going to help
I believe
me
I was in London at the
find the
time.
brand of graphics card that I want and have it switched
Did you
out.
have
So all I got to do is get this
high-profile
beast sent in
client
and then get it repaired, man. They're going to take care of me, so
2016?
excited about that.
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay, and did you use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music Festival, and that was the end of that. I learned the hard way that that was a terrible idea.
All right. Well, while
That's
we
what
are
Jeffrey told me,
on
Lewis. I mean,
the,
sorry, Lewis. Lucas,
the same
the
notes,
EVGA,
and
yeah, he's told me
refer
that
to the
too.
Coachella, which is up above, and it says it states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not.
Okay, I got you.
felt
Did you
awful,
worked last night, right, Chris? You worked last night?
but I was at home.
Good luck with your
feeling
case, man. I
awful,
hope it goes good
at
for you,
home,
brother.
being At the hotel.
And it
with
will.
my best
It'll go
friend
good
in
for you,
bed.
man. Just
Okay.
got to stay positive,
Well,
my man.
while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know while Aaron Filati was testifying, we recall the 5/21/2016 isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016.
My little girl, Ray Ray, she's over on the bed. She's watching tablets. She's over there. She's so good, man.
Client states
She's
she
so
cannot
quiet.
deal with the negative media publicity she has received. And then if we can jump that up, Michelle.
What
to
does
the
this
next
prove?
page.
Like, this has nothing to do
Surrounding
with-
the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So
after
that was
this.
the day after Aaron Filati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page for the client history. When did you provide a client history to Aaron Filati?
Never.
When did you first get assigned Aaron Filati?
I believe September of 2014.
Okay. Now it says here
That did not
that
start dating until 2012.
client-
Clients support a strong support system with their sister.
reports a history of
Yeah,
substance
Los
abuse,
Angeles,
including an
Los
addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Did you ever use cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19 years old.
She's
but
lying.
Stopped using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that, and I'm
She?
glad for it.
She?
Then it also says here
So she's bi.
that
I did not know that. I mean, I don't care, but I just didn't know that.
I'm gonna move up a little. Here we go. Client admits to history
She
of
did say she, right?
anxiety, eating disorder, attention
Come on, see.
deficit disorder,
Said
bipolar
liar. She's
disorder,
fired.
codependence issues.
What's up, HT? How you doing,
occasional
man?
Insomnia. When
I watched the video
have you
from
had
4
an
months
eating
ago.
disorder?
You always come through in the close.
Never had
Hey,
an
man,
eating
thank you,
disorder.
HT. Appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man.
When
I'm glad I
have
helped you,
you
brother.
been
That is
diagnosed
what they are
with
there for, my
bipolar
man. That's what they're there for.
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have
Yeah, exactly,
never
Chris. Yeah.
been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably.
Exactly. I
at the
believe she did
time,
too. Yeah.
From
I
where
seen
well,
that.
from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was
Talking about
in
where
with-
she's wiping her
with
nose with a
John was
tissue?
Certainly codependent.
Oh, yeah.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle?
Because women,
Thank
people
you.
wonder how you can
It
get
has
drugs in the courtroom.
report
Women
from
can get them in.
JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper.
They have more place to
Client
hide things than
AH has
men. They can stick
reportedly
them up
been
in them,
experiencing
under their
increased
boob,
anxiety and agitation recently,
you
and
know,
has had several
even up the poop
outbursts
chute.
of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported
They can do it.
to Ms. Filati?
No, this is the detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's
Verbal
detox. This
disagreements
is
or
what
something.
Johnny was going through. This is not me.
And at the time of the detox, was Erin Filati your nurse yet?
No, I didn't know her, and she wasn't there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take this down, Michelle. Now, I'm going to take
So I was pretty
you
much
to
discussing
May
a verbal
21,
argument they had
2016.
with
And I'd
the
like you to
RN
describe
president,
for
which
the jury
wasn't.
what took place
Still
that
doesn't prove
evening in
anything.
connection with Mr. Depp.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the
Oh, I
better part
haven't
of a
seen
month,
that, Chris.
about
I
a
haven't
month.
seen that. I'll have to check that out,
I
dude.
was traveling. I just shot a campaign in Italy.
I have not seen that. I'll
spoke
check
to
that out,
him,
dude.
Around that time when I was in Italy.
This woman just keeps digging
I had
herself a
gotten
deeper
a
hole,
phone.
man. I'm telling you.
My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I had communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, you know, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't
She's
know
probably got a little bit of whiskey
state
in
he
that
was
bottle
in.
right there.
And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only just.
Oh,
He
man.
was going on about scientists.
Is she
and
5
DNA
crossy? Is she?
and,
That's a good age, man. Yeah,
feces.
mine's 3. Rere's 3. It's
that
my
he
youngest.
Had, some
I got a 3-year-old, a 9-year-old, 10-year-old, and an
scientific
18-year-old. All girls.
analysis
All girls,
done
man.
and DNA analysis done, and that, you know, and as soon as I heard about
Thank you,
this
HT. I
feces,
appreciate
he
that.
thought,
Fresh installs are
that
always good,
it was a
man. Fresh
prank,
installs are
and
always good, brother.
He was going on about
Especially
all
after an
the
update. What's up, Wallbanger?
scientists
How
that
you
he
doing,
had
man? Another one of my
confirmed.
members right there. In the house.
And clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions aren't better. So
Objection.
What's up,
Calls for
Drake?
speculation.
Good to see you, Jake. He says she's fired. She is fired.
What her
Speaking of that, I gotta get some CG Farms content
so
out this week.
I hung up from that phone
Gotta
call.
do my last day on No Man's Land.
Assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. We made a plan, Johnny and I, for him to come over. He said he really needed his wife.
Guys,
he
if
lost
this
his
pops up,
mother,
forgive me.
and
Just
he
give me a
missed his
second.
wife. He really needed his
I don't
wife.
want
He
anything to
said
pop
it
up on
over
the
and over
screen, but I'm
again.
trying.
I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think. Obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, you know. I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And
It's got pretty poor
in the
performance.
early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first kind of
Like button for me. Click that bell and click all, so you never miss any future content or live streams.
But it makes sense. In my head, it made sense. It wasn't, like, incoherent. It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again, and this prank that he said one of my friends had left for him in my bed, that he wasn't.
Oh my gosh, guys, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Just give me a
And
second.
I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm just not even going to be there.
Sorry,
I wasn't
guys.
there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something that a
Sorry,
bunch of
export
30-year-old
that.
women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's.
Objection. Hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
I called my friend, thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having, and I thought, oh, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't
What's up,
happen.
Jamal? How you doing, man?
Hearsay.
It's not offering to prove the truth of the thing.
Okay, Kenya. Hey, man, appreciate
I
you
thought
being here, man.
if I could
Appreciate
get
you,
my friend
brother.
on the phone to prove that this didn't happen.
Have a
we
good
could move
sleep,
on and
man.
talk about
Enjoy your rest, brother.
the issues that we should be talking
Thanks,
about.
Kengi. Appreciate you hanging out with me, man.
Our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just
Yeah,
passed. I
Chris.
couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces.
I
So,
know, Crossy. I
called
know.
this
Who
friend
does
thinking
that?
will
Who poops in
take
somebody's
care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I called that person. And that person is on speakerphone.
Oh,
And
man.
I
Tell
say,
us who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I
I don't know why it keeps doing that, guys. Sorry about
I
that.
allowed
It does it when
for
I click
an
on my window
opportunity
over
for
here.
Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection,
that-
hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, is asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove
here. We're not here about
no,
whether Io.
I'll sustain
on
the
the back.
objection. Next question.
All right. All right. So Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay.
Objection,
He's
Your
talking,
Honor.
correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, here we go. They're approaching.
So Io is talking. We can't say what he said. What
When are
is
they
the
gonna
next
cross-examine
thing that
this
happens
hoe?
on your end with Mr. Depp?
It just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone, and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs.
She is not a good
saying,
liar.
"You dyke bitch."
She is not.
Just screaming expletives,
You called her a
insulting
dyke.
names, and telling Io that he can have me and fuck off, and just screaming at him. It's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, down on the couch, and heads upstairs. I pick up the phone and try to, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
She's
Objection,
fired
Your
for
Honor,
being
hearsay.
fired.
Well, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I wonder
It's
what
to
will
show
happen if she
what
wins.
caused Mr. Depp to be set off.
I'm going to be honest,
it's not
Ever
offered to
19.
prove the truth
If
of
she
what
did
he's
win,
saying.
which, like you said, is probably very unlikely,
Thank you.
Um,
Please tell us what Io said.
I'm almost going to say, man, there's going to be a lot of protests going on for the
Io
people that,
said,
because there's a
"Amber,
lot of people out there
get out
that's
of the
justice for
house.
Johnny,
Get out of the
right?
house now. You're not safe.
I'm going to say that
Get out of that
probably going to be
house."
some protests, I would say, a lot of protesting going
Io
on.
had been there after the cleanup, or for the cleanup after December 15th, 2015 incident, and had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
All right.
I think she can provide the
I'll
context.
sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
So
I'll
please-
sustain the objection.
Please continue.
Johnny hears this when he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs. Heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time. Lit into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any person, any human
Give
being.
me a
ever. I just
break.
screamed
Like, seriously,
at
she's going to
IO,
pull that up?
some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, you know, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her. You can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye.
God, she's such a liar. It aggravates me, people that can
I
lie
really
like that, especially
had
under
my
oath.
hands,
Like under
and
the
immediately
Constitution, man. It just
start
kills
crying.
me, bro.
I said, you hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me. And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, you know. I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch. And I haven't seen him for a month. And several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me. And I didn't even have time to react to this.
Whatever.
He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah?" And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy, ringed hand landed on top of my
She's such a terrible liar.
skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back?
Ridiculous, man.
And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing.
Angel Girl
close to my
76
face. I'm trying
subscriber.
to
Thank you,
prevent
Angel
my
Girl.
face from
Appreciate
being
that. Welcome to the
exposed.
channel.
And I just remember
Welcome, Angel Girl. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
dancing with me as he
Thank you guys for all the love,
is
man. I appreciate that.
yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. He lets go of me and turns. And
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
I love my new
Raquel,
keyboard,
my
guys. I got
best friend
the
at the time who lived
Razor,
in
the Razor Huntsman
apartment.
Elite. I love it. I love it so much.
She
Got my new mouse pad set up too, ladies and
came
gentlemen.
in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Johnny, she kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I, and I'll never forget it.
It's
Just
ridiculous,
very
man.
slowly, calm, very, in just a very slow,
I know,
but very
Charlie. I know. I'm
concentrated,
so
very controlled,
ready for
slow way,
cross-examination.
just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do
One second.
horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, no, Johnny, no. And she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared.
Guys,
up
I'll
to
be
her
right
and into
back.
Her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left next to me on the couch, and I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is boss, boss. And I realized that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, boss, boss. And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Next one.
So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
then they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. I realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I think we have to put, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted, it's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
I'll sustain the objection. The
All
next
right.
question.
Did you have were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
Okay. All right. So what happens, when did you learn that the police had been called?
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refuse to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at some pictures. But before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
At that time, after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
Okay. I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published.
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
Okay. I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of foundation.
If you want to approach.
Yeah.
Can you please explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a feature that was on iPhotos. You know, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I
of
pushed
these pictures?
info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 708.
The objection to 708.
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds
Your Honor,
for the metadata,
Okay, if you want to
alleged
approach
metadata.
again. Okay.
One moment, please. I'm
All
just
right.
trying to figure out how to move this fast.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to that?
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 708 with the redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor, and I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury?
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes. There we go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20
That is
Your Honor, we
that
couldn't
is
put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown
that we
as
approach-
that
Okay,
exhibit.
we can approach.
This is
That's fine.
inappropriate.
So for the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's a picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this one down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 709. And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that. Michelle, please.
All right, guys. My little girl had to go to the restroom. I was watching the case, though, from my phone.
Remove the admission of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with redactions. Thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you will publish?
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for
Yeah,
the
that's
record,
definitely
this is the
makeup.
photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as
That's
Exhibit
definitely
25 for
makeup,
both of their
definitely.
depositions.
That's blush.
Amber, could you
That
please
is
describe for the jury
blush.
what's
It's face-based
depicted here?
blush. That's all it is.
That is my
not-
face after the phone incident. It's that night.
She's lying like a cheap rug.
All right, let's bring Defendant 710, please.
That's a good one, man. I don't think I've ever heard that's a good one.
And Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Exhibit 710. The redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection.
All
Thank
right,
you.
710 with the redactions, you can publish?
If we could publish, Your Honor. And for the record, this photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. Please
There's,
describe for the jury what's
it's
depicted.
makeup. It's
That
makeup.
is my face in yet a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
I mean, after all the abuse that
Go
she
ahead
dished
and go
out
to
to him, if he
Defendant's
smacked her or punched her one
711.
time, so be it. She needed it to put her in her place. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in hitting women, but, you know, when a woman swings on a man in an abusive way, she puts herself in a man's shoes. Plain and simple. I've never struck a woman in my life, never will I
And I'm going to
ever.
Move the admission of 711,
But
Your Honor, with the
in the
redactions.
case of
Any
Heard,
objection?
she
No
needs a
objection.
good smacking.
711 with redactions and evidence?
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone
And
that evening.
And when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what she
DJ, what's up, dude? He said, come on, I can do my own makeup better than that.
Took pictures of my face.
What's up, DJ? How you doing, man? Icy up in the house.
places
What's up,
around
Icy?
Penthouse. The apartments have really.
I know,
different
man.
lighting,
It's.
really
I'm telling
dark
you,
in
man.
some
This chick
places.
is lying, man. It's,
Anyway, so we just
she's
took
putting on
pictures in
the
different lighting
actress.
so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
You can obviously
Why
tell
did
it's
you take the
blush.
pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point
What's that, guys?
they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say, so she wanted to protect me.
Okay. So let's go ahead and bring up 712.
Yeah, I mean, look at the side of her cheek. It looks just like it does in the picture. It's. I mean, she's got high cheekbones, which makes them look puffed out.
And move the admission of
I have high
712, Your Honor.
cheekbones. I can do the same
Check.
thing. It is
Thank
what it
you, Your
is,
Honor.
man. She's.
712 redactions. You can publish.
It kills me, man.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
He said just creeping is so bad.
That is another
Good to
picture of
see
my
you,
face.
DJ. Good to see you, man. I
taken
seen
around
your
the same
your
time.
video drop earlier.
Okay. And then let's go to 713.
You got up early this morning, man. Get up early. I got up at like 8. Johnny knows. That's why he has not looked at her. Someone who's been abused by their abuser cannot look at their abuser. It's hard for them to do that. And not once has he looked at her. But she has consistently looked over at him consistently. So,
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well.
That's
as
a red
Exhibit
flag,
29
man.
To both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what
like,
this
what are
is.
we looking at? A
This
blush
is
cheek
another
here?
picture
Both
of
cheeks
my
look the
face
same to
taken
me.
at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on.
Like, turn the cheek and let's
or
see
an
the other
additional
side.
light turned on in the previous one.
Okay. Let's go to 714.
Y'all see that scar on Johnny's head? Got a scar on his head right there, man, from something.
Move the admission of 714, Your Honor.
Ooh, you got up at 5:20.
No
Oh my
objection.
gosh,
714
dude. Holy cow, bro.
redactions.
That is early, my man. That is
Please tell the
early.
jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
I'm going to be honest. The
Take that down. Let's go to 715.
little red mark she had right here looks more like a blemish than it does anything. It looks more like a blemish. It's, I mean, she's going to get caught. She just keeps changing her story over and over again. And like I said, guys, all the evidence leans towards,
Move
you
the
know,
admission
for
to
Johnny,
715, Your
and
Honor.
it goes against Amber. So, I mean, all the evidence has
All
been,
right, 715 with redactions.
you know, published and placed into
Thank you.
evidence.
And, for
And
the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both.
see, it's, look at the knot on her face right there. See it?
Please describe
This
to the
little
jury
bump
what
right
this
here. Look at
is
that.
Depicted here.
Right there.
That is a picture of my face.
That's a
Some
picture of a
point
big
later
fat
on in the
zit.
night, It looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or in the apartment that she was staying in.
Okay.
It
Let's go
did.
to 716.
But what we have to keep in mind is she's an actress and she's been in makeup many times, so she knows how to do makeup. She's watched them do it, so she knows how to do it. I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying the fact that Johnny hit her. I'm not buying it.
716.
Through this entire case, he has
No
answered
question.
everything honestly. He's been forthcoming and straightforward. He's not lied about his drug addiction. He's not lied about his alcoholism, you know, that he's cleaned up from.
Yes,
Sorry
it's
about that,
the
guys.
business card that one of the police
he has been
officers left for me in case
Straightforward
I
about
changed my
everything.
mind and wanted to comment.
And with the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left after?
Right,
or
Chris, yeah.
Do you know?
What's up, Eric? How you doing, man? Welcome back, man. Good to
And
see
calls
you.
for
Your
speculation.
Honor, compound.
Calls for speculation.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna
Uh,
overrule it.
We took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this?
5:20 is very
presented
early to
you,
get up,
took
man. I need to start getting up at that
after,
time. I
or
do.
you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go
But
to
she has forced
717.
a lot of emotions. Johnny has had to hold back emotions in a set. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly, man. So I said the last time they were in session, she tried so hard to cry that her face was red, and she would go from like this
And I'm
dramatic
going to ask you,
cry
the admission of
to just
717, Your Honor.
not crying
No objection.
in the with the flip of a switch. So
Thank you. And please just briefly describe.
I know it could go on for the next couple of weeks.
The two officers.
What's up,
that,
Game Row? How you doing, man?
First responded, left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers?
Come
just
on, let's get to
describing
the
what you
cross-examination. I want to see
observed, as
that.
they came through.
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know. I didn't want this to come out. I didn't want him to be in trouble.
She didn't want it to
didn't
come
want
out, but
this
yet
to
she
be-
put it in the paper.
I wanted to protect Johnny.
She had to put it in an article,
Let's go to.
but she didn't want it to
Defendant's
come out. See,
Exhibit
that's what I'm saying. She
1374.
just, it's lie after lie after lie. It's so much, man.
That's 1374.
He said, boo, lies.
190.
When cross-examination happens, dude, they are going to nail her. I'm telling you. She's the type of girl that I can totally
Move the
see
admission of 1374.
breaking under pressure.
objection?
She'll break under
No
pressure.
objection.
Okay, I did. I lied. He didn't do that. You know, she'll break under pressure, man.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
Bro, that's a bite.
It's another
That's
picture
not
of
a
my
strike.
face,
That's a bite.
after Johnny threw the phone at her.
Oh, my
And
gosh.
then let's go to 1493.
This makes me want to vomit. I know, DJ. I know, man. It's crazy, bro. I'm a better actor than her.
1493T.
No objection.
All right, 1493.
She didn't, Greg. Yeah, she didn't have no real bruises or marks. It's just all. I mean, look,
This
there's
is a
nothing
picture
there.
of,
I mean, it's.
my eye, my face, after that incident. Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell. I mean, I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493.
Yeah, look at all the blackheads in your nose. Need to have that stuff waxed, girl.
And move the admission
Yeah.
of 1493S.
She should definitely be
Objection.
charged with perjury, man.
1493
Definitely.
evidence.
And what does this depict?
And this is another
My
picture
butt looks
of my
worse
eye
than that
and,
from moment yesterday.
side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described?
It very
Mr.
well
Depp
could be that, Alex. Yeah, it very well could be ours.
destroying
yes.
or damaging?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700? And
DJ said my butt looks
based on Your Honor's
worse than that
rulings,
from
we
Owen
will,
yesterday.
take off the metadata.
That's funny, man. I just don't like. I just don't. Oh, I don't know how people do it.
Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 700.
I guess just where I've
No
always
objection,
and always
redaction.
will be.
700 with redactions, you can publish.
They're publishing it with the
Describe to the
redactions
jury
of the
what's
the
depicted in
personal
this photo.
information.
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse, Penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, he.
There's nothing destroyed. It's
Right.
laying on the
Objection, Your
couch.
Honor, speculation
There you go.
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
Oh, I'll sustain as a foundation if you want.
Okay. So,
Who's to say they didn't
What-
take them and
what-
just lay them like that? You know what I'm saying? It looks like they're laid down there.
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do
You
that.
know,
I mean, the only purpose.
We've
to
all
let-
lied
for him
though,
to be let
DJ.
in
Everybody
Penthouse
has
5 in that
lied
state. He
at
doesn't
least
have
a few
property
times
in
in their
there.
life.
The only
Everybody.
way for-
You know what I'm
the only
saying?
reason for him to
No
go
shame
there
in the
was to
game, man. I
destroy
mean,
it.
everybody's
They,
done
of
it.
course, let him into Penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so that
Honor.
he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
Lack of foundation.
Now that we're older, we understand,
just tell the jury what
and we're
he
more
did here
honest,
that's
you know,
depicted.
as
This
being
is just
older.
a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just
Jeffrey
went in there
Gamer
with this
tipped
bottle
$10
swinging
through
and destroyed-
Stream
smashed
Elements,
a bunch
man.
of things.
Appreciate
Objection,
that,
Your Honor.
GG.
This
Is Jeffrey up in the house?
speculation. She hasn't established that she was there.
I have never lied like her.
sustain
No, but I have
information.
total lie. I have total lies, yes.
Did
And we've
anybody
all
else,
lied.
to your knowledge, go in there?
Hey,
and do this?
appreciate that,
Objection, Your
Jeffrey. I don't
Honor.
know why the alert didn't go off,
Calls
man.
for speculation.
Trying to lay the foundation here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Well,
question.
let's do this.
GG
Never
up in the
mind.
house?
We'll let somebody else tell.
Guys
who
and girls,
did it,
drop
okay?
those
Just all I'm asking here.
Geoffrey
is
Gamer
what-
logos in the
what is
chat if you
damage?
are a member.
What has been done?
Or you can type in the chat
This is just
exclamation
one
point
of
GG.
Raquel's bead racks that he.
What's up, GG? Sup, sign? Appreciate that $10
Objection,
dono,
Your
man.
Honor,
Thank you, man.
speculation.
I'll sustain
All right,
objection.
let's go to 701.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the judge probably knows she's lying, but when it comes down to it, it's up to the jury. They have the final say in
admission
what
of
happens.
701.
You know, the verdict and all that.
With
What's up,
redaction, no
GG?
objection.
All right. 7
Another one of my
redactions,
members right
7.
there, man. Another one of the sponsors of the channel, baby.
Can you please describe?
Appreciate
what's
you,
depicted
man.
here?
Appreciate that dono, man. Thank you. I don't know why the correct music didn't go off.
Our
I'll have to go back and look at it.
Penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
sustain.
speculation.
Oh, you know what, Jeffrey? I don't have it linked in this one as a
Just
browser
describe
source.
what
That's
you
why I
see
didn't do
here
it.
as opposed to
It's not
what
linked
you
in here.
say he did.
Dang
I
it.
see a bunch of
Yes, it
art,
is. Yes, it is right
tossed on the
there.
bed.
Okay, where was
It's
that
right there.
art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Why did it not work?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
I don't know why it didn't show the music, man.
Defendant 702, please.
You're jealous of her goatee. Yeah, for those that don't know, Jeffrey helped me make the thumbnail that I made of Johnny and Amber. Jeffrey helped me make that last night. She's got like devil horns, the
Your
beard,
Honor,
the
I
mustache,
forgot
the cross
the last
eyes,
two. For
the devil
defendant's
tail, and
exhibit
John's got the
700,
trident with
that
the
was shown
halo.
to Officer
It's
Simon
awesome,
and
man. I
Adams,
love it.
exhibit
We were
39
laughing
for
so
both of
hard,
theirs.
man.
And exhibit 701
Oh, man, it
was
is
shown
great.
to
It's
Hadman
great.
only, and that was exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right, any objection?
We had a lot of fun last night
No
talking.
objection.
Me and Geoffrey hung out for a long time last night
Thank you, Your
chatting.
Honor. And let the record reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon.
Yeah, DJ's up in the house, man, hanging out with us, Gigi. Hanging out with
And
us.
can you please describe for the jury what's depicted
Okay, what is
here?
this?
Yes, it's broken glass from one of the broken
Looks like
pictures
cum
that are hanging
shots.
on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please?
Oh, man. I appreciate everybody tuning in, man. Appreciate y'all being here. It does on the DJ. It's like cum shots.
Move the admission of defendant 703.
No objection.
Oh,
703
man.
with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of the stairwell in the same apartment, penthouse 5, which is the apartment where I kept my things.
Okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please, defendants. Michelle, thank you. Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right, 704 with redactions, publish.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Sines and
All right,
Exhibit
did you-
34 to both their
Right.
depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
And when you say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking. And
Okay, so he
things
broke a
falling.
bottle. That still doesn't prove that he's abusive to her.
Bring up
Who has
704,
not gotten
please.
mad and punched a wall or threw something? I've done it. I've gotten mad and kicked stuff. I hurt my foot doing it, but I've gotten mad and kicked stuff. I've gotten mad and threw things. I've gotten mad and punched the wall. But I've never struck a woman. I've never abused no
No
one.
redaction. No, excuse me. No objection.
All right.
It's like Johnny said in
whatever
his
file
cross-examination. I don't think I'm the only person in the world that's gotten mad and punched a wall, because he's not.
36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
Things
Yeah, I
knocked
put that over to
on
make it
the
look like the Johnny did it.
Countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Let's go to
Really?
707.
Looks like a glitter shine to me. Yeah, it's any level, Gray. Yeah, any tier you purchase here, you have access to the emojis,
The
man.
admission of 707.
Any objection?
Any tier you purchase, brother.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 707 with redactions and evidence, thank you.
And let the record show that both Officer Sines and Officer Haddon were shown this picture. It was Exhibit 18 in both their depositions. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
This is the hallway leading
I've got a big
out,
hole in
leading
my
up to
bedroom
the
all
apartments.
Is that from where you got
this is
upset,
the
Charlie?
hallway
See,
that
we're all
connects
all
the
guilty of it, man.
apartments. It's kind of an indoor,
It's
outdoor,
human nature to get angry.
sort of
It's human nature to have those
hallway, meaning it's
emotions. It's
covered,
just
but
it's just normal.
it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting, it's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
You mean it's difficult to think of a
And
lie?
What's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please.
Let's get this girl on cross-examination, man. Let's get her on cross. One sec, guys. I'm gonna go grab my water. I'll be right back.
Move the admission of 718.
No objection.
All right, 718 with redactions and evidence.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please. Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions.
I got me a
Thank you, Your Honor. And
mega
let the
pint of
record
water.
reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Those are dildos. That's easy.
That's one corner of the kitchen in penthouse
Description
3.
of my
Looks
founder.
like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Oh man, dude.
Let's go to defendant 720, please.
Oh, that's so funny, man. Oh, was it Charlie? He got mad at... See, even that, it's so
Move the
normal.
admission of defendant 720.
It's the system and the
No
media that
720
makes
with redactions.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor,
emotions,
this was shown to Officer Sines and
natural,
Haddon, deposition Exhibit 43.
human nature emotions
Amber,
that
could you please describe
that people
for the jury
react to,
what's
that we have as human beings,
That's
that make it bad. They're the ones
my
that make it seem bad.
office. It's a corner of my office. And that
Like, we're supposed to
is,
stay calm at all times.
a
Like, that's
box
just not
of,
how it works.
Sentimental.
You're gonna get
things,
mad. You're gonna
things
get
from
pissed
my
off. You're
childhood or
gonna
things that
punch
are
things. You're
important
gonna,
to me. Keepsake
kick
box
things.
that,
It's just part of life.
has been dumped out. It looks like.
Okay.
Like when my 3-year-old, she gets mad.
let's
She
go
gets
to
mad at
defendant
something. She
721.
kicks her feet because that's how she expresses her feelings. That's how she does it.
Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions. Published.
Thank you, Your Honor, and let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition.
Did you, DJ?
For both. Amber, please
Playing
describe
Snow Runner, really?
depicts.
Wow, dude.
Again, my office. Different. Same thing.
Gotta go
different angle.
record.
Okay. Let's go to 722.
Good, with your man. Hey, appreciate you stopping by, DJ. Appreciate you, man. I'll be looking forward to that video. I know you put out like 2 or 3 videos a day. I'm gonna go watch your first one here in a little bit. I'll be tuning in, man.
Defendant's Exhibit 722.
He said screw
No
Snow
objection, Your
Runner.
Honor.
722 with redactions.
Take care, brother. Love you,
And
man.
let the
Love
record
you,
reflect
dude.
this
Have a
was
good
shown to
day,
Officer
man.
Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition Exhibit 42 to both.
DJ
Amber, please
Goham in
describe
the
to the
house,
jury
baby.
what's
Stopping by to show some love.
It's a picture of
Appreciate
my
you,
friends
man.
and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
Take care, brother.
You saw him punch this.
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please.
Fix your fake eyelashes.
Move the admission of defendant 723.
Oh, her fake eyelashes starting
No
to come
objection.
off.
All right, 723 redacted in evidence.
That'd be funny if it just started like
Record reflect
hanging
this was shown to
down.
Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe.
The girl in the
for
picture,
jury
right?
what's
Yeah.
One
There's
of
the wine bottle. A
looks like
mega
Magnum
pint.
bottle of
A
wine.
mega pint.
That is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724.
What's up, Officer Hurrah? How you doing, man? Welcome back, dude. Good to have you back in the community, man. I know, Alex, yeah.
724.
She looks a bit
No objection.
All right, 724 with redaction.
flush.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
As a
Let's go to
bat.
725.
He's spilling wine. It's not a big deal.
We're almost done, just two more. Promise.
Good, because I want to see this girl in cross-examination. I want to see her break under pressure. I want to see it.
Move the admission of defendant 725.
No
All
objection.
right, 725 with redaction.
So let the record reflect this was shown to Officer
Okay,
Sines and
Officer
Haddon
Hurrah, I
as
understand.
deposition exhibit
I understand.
37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted.
I can hear her
More
voice.
spilled wine on the floor.
For more than
This looks
15
like,
minutes.
Penthouse 5.
And last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726.
They got a lot of evidence and, not evidence, but exhibits, man. Like, there's so many. It's just like, I've lost track, man. I've lost track of all the exhibits they've put into evidence and published and all the documentation they have. It's
Move the
it's
admission.
been a crazy case, man.
No
I like a
objection.
good,
Okay.
Your Honor.
I like a good glass of wine on occasion, It's got to be good wine, though.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will get a tissue. You got some? Thank you, Halisa. All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon.
Her career is
Deposition
over, man. Her
32
career is
exhibit
done.
To their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor.
Who
Penthouse
cares?
3 appears.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Now, when the
Identify to the
police
jury what
officers
that
were
proves.
there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one, or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into
What else did you do with her?
Penthouse 3, the main penthouse.
She gave you a
to
body
speak
cavity search. I
there,
bet you liked it.
Because I had been in Penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay. And then what, if anything, did she ask you?
I know, Alex. Yeah, that's what I thought.
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated
Yeah, exactly,
to me,
Dre.
I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she could.
She's on
suggest-
something, Carl.
gesture
She's on
to her
something,
face is
man. I'm
not
telling
hearsay.
you.
I'll
It's not a
sustain.
Say she's on
sustain
coke,
the
probably.
objection next
Okay. And it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Spilled wine equals
Okay.
amber wine.
So what happened next?
I
Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
a few minutes, if that.
Okay.
Wonder what's in the water
As a
bottle.
result of that,
I was
did
just
you
saying earlier,
cooperate?
Charlie, there's probably whiskey in the
No, I
bottle.
did
It's probably
not,
got a mix of whiskey in
but-
there. Or vodka, maybe vodka. Vodka's
It
clear,
was my
so.
understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay.
It's probably got a
And
little
were you with
vodka and
them
coke
when they
mixed in
walked
there.
through the apartment?
No, Josh. Well,
Objection,
I was
hearsay.
with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house, up through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, Penthouse 4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked,
Yes.
or you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long?
No,
were the
you
police
didn't
officers there?
cooperate and say anything because nothing
I don't
happened.
recall
That's the
exactly,
truth.
Maybe, I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't.
It wasn't
know
about covering
exactly,
for
but they
Johnny. It wasn't
weren't
about
there
protecting him. It
very
was
long
about
at all.
covering for your lies. That's what it was
Now,
about.
after the police officers left.
What's up, man above? What's up, man? How you doing, man?
We cleaned up a bit.
What's up,
because there was
Frigga? What's up,
broken
man? You're
glass
new
and
here, man. Welcome to
dogs.
live stream, man. Good to have you.
Tried to
Yeah,
clean
I
up
think
the
anybody be better at
mess
lying than
and
her, man. It's just terrible
especially
at
with
it.
glass
She's
and,
terrible.
Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch and they tried to comfort me.
Oh.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body-worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gateland's
Can you imagine how many
body-worn
times
video?
Johnny tapped that?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just,
Oh, man, that's terrible.
I remember
She has a
being
mega pint of
surprised that
pink
they were
liquid.
there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection,
I
Your Honor.
just-
Hearsay.
All
All
right,
right, I'll
just
sustain
keep
the
going
objection.
forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't seem to, they didn't do what the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned, and they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had, and they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
My cat
Well,
can lie.
I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't.
You guys
I didn't
keep me
even
in
get
good
up off the
spirits,
couch.
man. Even
I
though I'm not
was
feeling good, man, you
speaking
guys
to
keep me
them
in
from
good spirits. I appreciate
quite a
you
bit
guys.
of a distance, like between you
Except
and
my
I, and
cat.
maybe more. And I didn't really say anything.
Oh,
I just
God.
kind of acknowledged that they entered and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
Y'all crack me up.
No way.
man.
Did they ask?
No.
All right.
She does, the
I'm
man
gonna
above.
take
She
you
does,
to the
dude. She's
next
such a
day.
liar.
May 22.
I just don't understand how people do it. It just like,
And I'm going
especially
to-
under something
so
like
can you
under
bring up
oath.
Defendant's Exhibit
That's huge.
772? What, if any, efforts?
Oh,
did
have you,
Mr.
Frigo?
Depp
Okay,
make
man.
To reach out to you
Well, when I
the
tell
day
people they're
after
new
the
here,
shooting?
it means it's the first time I've seen them in the
Well,
live stream. But I appreciate the
made
long time love and
several
support, man. I
efforts.
appreciate it, dude.
Immediately, he
I
kind
appreciate
of
you, man.
reached out and lashed out.
Do you, Officer Harrell? That's good, man. It's good to have a
Again,
sense of humor like
kind of
that, man.
going
It's
on
good.
What seems to be
See, I like making people laugh
slightly
too. I like
delusional,
doing that
thinking
in my
just 'cause he
videos.
saw
I
my
love doing
friend's
that, man.
beads
I
out
love
on
it.
the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this
Man, shut up, ho.
bead displayed that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there.
There's Amber right here.
Who was just in the apartment when we stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me
Gosh.
stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23.
Man, I want to see
a.m.,
cross-examination
so it's
so
early morning hours
bad.
of
I want to see it
5:21.
so bad.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission.
About to drop my
of
video on
defendants
CG Forums,
772.
guys. I had a
No objection.
All
tutorial.
right, 772 in evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio, you are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're,
Yes.
okay? And then, obviously, we can read that he says, I tried to make it work, you just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're
Let's
not
get on with the
her.
video.
I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was
Are you
has
a
been
mo-
gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if
is
any,
you wanna hit
discussions
right
did you have with
control
Mr.
F,
Depp about
okay?
divorce that
Do
night?
this. It's going to show you a mark right beside the tractor.
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
What?
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 773.
There it is. Going to follow the tractor in front of you. Changes the character.
Are you joking me? Is she really doing this right now?
Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here.
All right, just dropped my tutorial, guys, for the follow me mod.
Penthouse on May 21.
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on
So I have to go. I want to
5/22.
share that real quick,
They
guys.
start
Just bear with me here.
5/13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that. Correct?
Jeffrey, if you're still in here, man,
Yes.
thank you
All right, Your Honor,
again
I'd
for
like to move the
that
admission of
$10
defendant
donor, brother. I really
773.
appreciate that, man.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 773 in evidence with identifiers redacted. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could, okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him. This is the 5/21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5:22 at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone. Or I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We
what
can give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he called her slim.
Well, she can't scroll.
You should have called her
She's asking me to
stupid.
scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly, so she can read the whole thing.
Okay, makes sense.
Quit going so fast so we can read it for the sake of Pete. So the blue is her, I'm assuming.
All right, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that. I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny.
Sinuses.
Both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I...
he explained what the monster meant. It had nothing to do with her.
I had already committed to filing for divorce. And eventually I have to let him know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I had enough.
Okay.
Overruled.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendant's Exhibit 773. And this is.
I believe he's the one that left.
6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute, and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies. What was he apologizing for?
Objection,
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he
There
was
you go.
apologizing
Object it.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain the
for?
objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry. But he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page. Up to the green, please. And he says here, I'm
All right,
sad,
Officer
I'm
Ray, it's
scared,
time to take
and
my
I'm
break from
broken,
Amber.
my sweet slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
underst-
meant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Did
there's
he
a
use
lot.
that phrase with you?
Hold on. I'll sustain that objection.
I'm
You
trying to
next-
get to the
I
next
know.
one
Then
here.
you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says, I am clear and I am me?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not.
Oh,
the
here we
monster
go.
again
Here we
that
go.
he
Here
said.
comes the actress.
That he was a good guy I loved. The one that I trusted.
All right, now I'm going to ask, Michelle, if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now, those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here, it's 5:22, it's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection. Calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
They're hitting them hard. Everything she's stating right now, everything she's stating.
Tell the jury how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27.
The cross-examination, they're going to take that and they're going to use everything against her, and I hope they do. I'm so ready for it.
At the time, it felt like the
They're
hardest
probably about to
thing
take their
I've ever had
afternoon
to do.
recess here in about 30 minutes.
I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy, I went to Al-Anon, I got help, I read books, I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, you know, it was falling apart. And I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So
This woman,
I
man.
made the decision
This woman.
to file for divorce. It was hard because, you know, I loved Johnny so much.
No,
I
you
loved
didn't.
him so much.
No, you didn't.
And why did you file for divorce?
That's already been asked and answered.
'Cause I knew if I didn't,
Here we go.
I'd likely not literally survive.
There's that face turn red, the vein bulging out in her head. She's trying so hard.
I'm so scared that it
Wouldn't
was going to end
survive. Come on.
really badly for me.
Yeah. Exactly, Wanda.
And I,
Exactly.
Really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much.
The act is the only thing, and what she's
Wouldn't
good
have done
at is
anything, but
acting
I
when it
couldn't-
comes to being good.
I couldn't
Hey,
do that
yeah.
one
What's
thing.
up,
I
Tiger
couldn't
Massacre,
stay.
dude, man? Appreciate you being here, man. What's up, dude?
The,
Yeah, she's...
the promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare.
Now watch her pull that
The
tissue out
monster
with
had
coke
been
in it and
this
put it
thing
against
that
her
was
nose
now
and
the
sniff
normal
it.
and not the exception.
She ain't blowing, she's sniffing.
The violence was now normal and not the exception. And
She is... Wow. I don't know how people do it. I just don't get it.
it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far. I wouldn't be here.
You mean you would have taken it too far?
Why did you ask
Like
for
when you
a
severed his
domestic
finger
violence
off and you
temporary
hit him.
restraining order?
And you
I
provoked
wanted
him.
to change my locks. I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them. No matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over.
That's a
no matter
straight
how
up
much I
lie
begged
right
not
there.
to let
If
him
she
in,
has
he was
personal
mad or drunk
security
or high.
protecting her, they would not let him in.
And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight.
Wow.
I got really sick. I had shingles.
I'm telling you,
couldn't
man.
Sleep.
I
wake
could
up
cry
with a
better
panic
than that. I
attack.
think anybody could. There's
I
no
had a
tears
panic
in her
attack all the
eyes.
time. I was falling apart.
Zero tears in her eyes, man. I don't know how she does it.
I was scared and very
Ooh,
conflicted
I
because
hope they get her for perjury. I hope they do. I hope they nail her.
the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with.
Oh,
It's
shut
really
up.
Tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time.
Stupid.
You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get
You was thinking about the lies you were
good
going to
night
tell? Is that what you were
rest,
thinking about?
good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. Thought
You
it'd
could
be
have moved
healthier
out of
if
the
I got some
state.
Sleep and I could think about what to do.
Why don't you
and
do
how
that?
to handle this.
If you were so scared, why don't you go into
Just
witness
sleep
protection? How about
and-
that? But no, she just wanted to change her locks and live in the
When I
same
did, I
town he was in.
realized-
So, like literally right down the road.
That wasn't enough. That he could get in any way. That the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's not
Overruled.
up. Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay. So, did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
No,
Yeah,
he didn't.
I agree, Wonder.
you?
I agree. I
yes,
agree.
I did.
And why did you show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a
Oh yeah,
restraining order.
100%,
What
100%
if
Wonder
any
Leaf,
warning?
100%.
Did you give?
Yeah,
Mr.
JD's
Depp
definitely
about
taking the win,
obtaining
yeah.
The DVTRO.
We
Absolutely.
Gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication, and we let them know we had to. It was mandatory. It's my
Hey,
understanding.
WN
I'm not
subscriber to the channel. Thank you, WM. I
Was there
appreciate
any
you subbing, man. Thank you so
confusion
much.
surrounding
Welcome to
whether
the channel.
Mr. Depp was going to file
Appreciate you.
suit as
Thank you
well?
so much, man.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I'm asking
Lack of
for-
foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as to foundation. if you want.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe, and I thought that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by
What's up,
TMZ
Joker
and
Face? How you
these,
doing, man?
these paparazzi outlets and stuff.
Good
But,
to see you, dude. Been a while, man. It's
the
been a little bit,
communications
dude.
Between our counsel, I realized that John
How you
was
doing,
going
man? Good to see you, man.
File in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
Yep.
I'll sustain the objection.
Nailed her with it. Nailed her with it. Johnny's thinking I've nailed that a few times.
So, without saying what the counsel said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
My
Objection,
concern-
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up
Appreciate you
defendant's
subbing,
exhibit
WM. Thank you,
800,
man.
please?
Appreciate that, brother. I'm good,
The admission
man.
of defendant's
I mean, I've got
exhibit
sinus issues going on. I'm not feeling too
No
great,
objection,
but
Your Honor.
All right, 800.
I'm in good spirits, man. You guys keep me in good spirits.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
A zit?
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
That is a freaking zit on her
Wearing any
face,
makeup?
man. That's a zit, bro.
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Oh my God, that's a
Can
zit.
you bring up 801, please?
You got a surprise for me, Joker Face? Do you?
Move the admission of
Yeah,
801.
Coco with makeup. Yeah,
801 in evidence.
I'm telling you, that was a straight up
And Amber,
pussy
can you
zit
tell
on
the
her
jury
face.
what
That
this
is a zit, bro. That is a zit.
That's me while I was
Like, pop that thing. It's
obtaining
disgusting.
my restraining order.
You walk around with that on your face all day?
And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the courthouse?
Looks more like a boil.
Did you
I bet you had to have it
Oh,
lanced.
I provided testimony, and
How about they
sat there
lanced
and
it?
cried.
They went.
Did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary
I
restraining order?
did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
Oh my God. Because you
When
lied. You can get a
left the
restraining order
courthouse,
against anybody.
What did you experience?
What's up, Rinks? How you doing, man?
I walked.
How you
into
doing,
the
bro?
courthouse.
It has been a
quiet,
long
first
time.
thing
It
in the morning.
has. Good to see you,
No one
man.
knew
It's
about
good
my
to see you.
divorce, So I thought it was going to stay that way, and I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was to that point at that point in my life, had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me.
Well,
as
you
I
brought it on
walked out of
yourself
that
by lying.
courthouse and screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
Yeah, because you're a liar. You mean stuff like horrible things like boo?
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then we'll...
Can't use that against evidence for evidence anyway. That's
Yeah,
their right to
take a
scream at
break
you.
and
They're all
bring up your
paparazzi.
makeup.
If they're in
Says
public,
that
they can say whatever they
didn't
want to
testify.
you. Deal with it. You don't like it,
weren't
stay
wearing
home.
makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face, like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock.
Which probably explains
every
the
day.
mark on your
Anyway,
face.
So I put on both of those. I put on concealer, and I do that before I leave my bathroom.
Come on with the cross-examination. Let's do it.
Obviously, if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises...
Hey, what's up,
or
Stephen
cuts
Welch? How you doing, man? I'm
of any
doing good,
nature,
brother.
what
Yeah,
would you
sinus
do,
problems, but I'm good.
about those? Would you try to
Sorry,
cover 'em
man.
up? Would you
How you
leave
doing,
them
brother? Good to see you,
showing?
man.
What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Yeah,
Overruled on that.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house.
That's true, Coco. Good point.
Paparazzi
Good looking
type of
out. Good
photograph,
point.
so,
It would still show the bruise, yeah.
I always, I'm somewhat aware of that anyway, and no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face.
Can you...
So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling, because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, Arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
She slipped on that one. A bruised kit. Did you hear that? A bruised kit. She slipped on that one.
If you could by the microphone, please. We can't hear you. There you go.
May I approach the witness to let
That's
this
what you
show?
could show counsel.
A bruised kit. She slipped on that one, didn't she? Yeah, she slipped right there, baby.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one
Bruise
I used
kit.
to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time.
Let me Google something.
Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue.
This is why we
and
love
sometimes
the
the kits are three
world
colors.
of the
You
internet,
can get them
man.
in 3 or 4 colors.
Let me
Sometimes
Google
they have
something
even
real
more.
quick.
But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or two, you get more purple in a bruise.
No.
So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 I feel like, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part, but after a few days, that becomes more of a...
You guys can see this. It looks
that blue
very
becomes
similar to
more
the
of
one that she's holding.
a brown, yellowish browns, like a 5-7 days
Y'all
in,
can
becomes
see
more of
that.
a yellow-green.
That's an actual
and then
bruise
fades
kit,
into a
ladies and
brown,
gentlemen.
And then into your skin. And you whatever
on.
color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel.
That's a bruise kit.
So the opposite.
Let me show you what it
in the
does.
first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange.
This is what it does to your. That's how
on
it
the
can
color
make your
wheel,
skin look
as
right
opposed to
there.
the greens that you start with, and then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was
I don't
faster.
know if y'all can see
healing
that,
than
but
bruises on
yeah,
my body. Or at
that's
least
what
it
it
seemed like
does.
that
Looks
to me.
very similar.
And
What's up,
and
Ghost
it's
Hype?
pretty
How you doing, man?
Unrecognizable after a day or two, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed,
Cream
of course.
makeup.
But it's
Palette
easy to
for
hide with lipstick
creating
if
the
you're a
most.
woman.
Yep.
Or, if you look
That's
for
what I'm
lipstick.
looking at, man.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st.
It's
to
pretty
27th,
wild.
saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overrule.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always
Here we
wear
go.
makeup.
You always wear makeup?
I mean, it's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
Okay. I think this
All
might
right,
be
This
ladies
one
and gentlemen,
looks
let's go
like it-
take our lunch recess at this
even
time.
more
Again,
so.
do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you in an hour, okay? Thank you.
So they're taking their lunch break, guys.
Court is still in session, so please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
So she slipped. She slipped and said bruise kit. I knew it was going to happen. I knew she was going to slip. She slipped. I'm telling you. She got herself a bruise kit right there, man. And the cross-examination is going to find that, and they are going to use it. I can't
Again, Mr.
wait.
Since you're still under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case to include with your attorneys, okay? In your testimony. All right?
I'm telling you,
Let's come back
Joker
in at
Face. I'm
1:40.
telling you, man.
All right, thank you. 140.
That's right. That's right. She slipped. I knew it was going to happen. Ooh, I can't wait for cross-examination to get her a boy and just nail her to the courtroom wall, man. It should be coming up today. It should be coming today or this week sometime. They should be doing cross-examination. So we'll see what happens with that. But as you guys can see, let me zoom my camera out here a little bit. Let me sit back. Man, how does it, okay. This is what my camera looks like zoomed all the way out, guys, right here. That's what it looks like. And then you can zoom it in. It's actually pretty cool. This is the one that Fester got me. Or one of the ones that he got me. But, I mean, come on, guys. Everybody knows. Anybody that has common sense knows that she is straight up lying. It's just, I don't understand how people can do it. I mean, like I said, we've all lied. You guys seen DJ a while ago talking about how he lied as a teen. I lied as a teenager. I lied to my parents about stuff that I was doing that I shouldn't have been doing, smoking weed and stuff like that. I shouldn't have been doing it, but I lied to my parents about it. Who has not lied? If someone says they haven't lied, they're lying. You know what I mean? It's just, it's like it's human nature to get mad, to get upset, to be sad, to cry, to be happy, to laugh, to get pissed off. It's human nature, man. It's just human nature to lie. Now, as we get older and we mature, like, I'm in my 40s. No, I don't lie now. I don't have time to lie. I just don't think there's any point in it right now, right? In my life, I'm in my 40s, and, in 6 years I'll be 50. I don't see any point in my life to lie. So, with that being said, these new headphones, by the way, guys, do not light up. I did get the SteelSeries 7X, and they're very nice. As you guys can see, they're very nice. And when you put them on, they completely cup your ears, like it cups all the sound around me. So I got to kind of take them off to talk sometimes. But as you guys can see, I'm telling you, there's just no point in it, man. And my point is like, how can they do it? Just how can somebody sit there and and lie like that, like she does, like especially under oath. Come on, man. You are under oath. You are under the Constitution right now. You are in a courtroom, and you're gonna lie, bro. She slipped. I'm telling you. When she said bruise kit, she said exactly what she did. She slipped. I knew it was gonna happen. Anyway, guys, they're taking their lunch break. Court will be back in session in an hour. For right now, this court is adjourned. I wish I had a little court hammer so I could hit it. I've always wanted to do that, man. My Discord, Steven, is in my description. I'll grab the link for you real quick, though, my man. I'll grab the link for you real quick. You need some help with your LSPFR, brother? You just want to join or what? Let's see. Invite. There we go. Yeah, I'll drop the link for you here real quick, man. Give me just a second. And bam. There's that. And there you go, man. What's up, Hash? Hey, yeah, they're taking their hour lunch break. They like literally just went to lunch break. Yo, man, Hash, you missed it, bro. She slipped. She was talking about if you take the video back about maybe a minute, you'll see where she slipped. She was talking about the makeup she put on her face, and she said bruise kit. She said, sorry, not a bruise kit. And then she said makeup. Dude, you got to take the video back about a minute, maybe a little over a minute, and watch it where she slipped, Hash. I knew it was going to happen. So they're going to take the lunch break for an hour, guys. I'm going to take my lunch break. I'm going to call iBuy Gaming back and find out what I can do about this graphics card. And, yeah, guys. So I'm going to hop off here. The stream will still be going. And I will see everybody in exactly 1 hour. Guys and girls, go get you something to eat. Go get you something to drink. Maybe smoke you a cigarette. I gotta go eat. Make a couple make a phone call to iBuy again. Talk to someone in customer service about getting a different graphics card in this PC, getting it shipped off, and getting it fixed. So, with that being said, love you guys, and I will see you all at. So we're back in session. We're back in session at 12:44 my time. So in an hour, we'll be back, guys. I will see you all in exactly. Gonna watch that and be back in an hour. Yep. I'll see you guys in an hour, man. I'll be back in exactly an hour. Guys and girls, see you guys soon. This is getting good. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned. Love you guys. I'll see y'all soon.
right, are we ready for the jury? Oh, we have things, okay. Yes, what do we have? All right, we're ready for the jury. All right, thank you. Seated. All right, your next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155 in evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures for.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. 155, yeah. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit, and it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right. Is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it. Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
was that going to be for the whole 357, or is that 357A, or is that?
That's just B. I have that as
B.
B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in earlier.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that other party has to make.
Okay.
And it's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes it was in TMZ. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and that's why it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. You know, and if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
Yeah, it just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, you know,
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's, first of all, it's very bad for both of us, okay?
Well, your team's not going to file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me beating.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically, we'll know, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court. We literally...
They won't settle. Your agents won't, your lawyers won't settle, baby, I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like, that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was, she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem. Like, she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know, I'm not doing anything, and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move, because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit, and I am not after a dime of your money. And
do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016, so after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
Okay. And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't...
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that
Objection,
he
Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again. That I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said. And that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking
Objection, Your
false
Honor. Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection,
going
Your Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit. That's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable, to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated. Then it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout the years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. You understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose, and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning every day to cancel. But see, okay, I don't know how I sing it, I just let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the spot. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And we had a third party prosecutor come, and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, the problem is, hearing from you, your biggest struggle is that it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen, and if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar, because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any
No
objection?
objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
I've
Baby.
been called a liar.
Baby.
And I've been called
Baby.
a gold digger.
Baby.
Everyone is.
Baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also.
What's up, guys and girls?
I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the
What's up,
fact
Tristan? How you doing, man? Tristan laying up at the house.
Because you had your hands on me after using the phone in my face, and it got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way.
Hash.
I never defend myself
Grounds
that
for
way.
speculation.
I never see myself as a victim. It's
Alright.
your fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate.
Everything
with
was
them.
his fault always.
Used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you
Watch her,
referring to?
man. Ooh.
That
Yeah.
I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or
You can
blaming
think of
him.
yourself as a liar. That would be
I'm
fitting.
pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar.
Bam, there it is.
Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that big zit still on the side of your face, too.
To bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04.
Pull out your tissue with your cocaine in it so you can sniff it a little bit and get you a
Move the
kick.
admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
Objections. Hearsay.
I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say.
Nah, she ain't.
Every
She ain't
step of the way,
crying.
I have said to them,
She ain't
the
crying.
thing is, they're
There's that
hurting
coat.
Johnny by this because
Goes up her
every
nose.
time that they
Yep.
call me a liar, or they say this is not true,
It's that
or
tissue with that
this
cocaine in it.
did not actually happen, or that,
Yeah, Jennings, yeah. She sits on the throne of lies.
The same security guard who, by the way,
I see she filled up her vodka bottle.
said to me multiple times that I was gonna get killed.
Ash.
What are you talking about there, Amber?
More coke in her
Even though-
nose. There's more.
Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor.
way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained the objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
as we
Honor.
go to
Yeah, if we could approach, please.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, when they approach, they silence. They mute the audio, I guess for personal reasons, in case they share personal info, like addresses, phone numbers, emails, anything like that.
Bring up Depp Exhibit 357G.
I think that's why they silence it.
357G, and it's 26.
Oh, yeah.
Colon 00,
Oh, yeah, Charlie.
26 colon
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, she's already on a rampage, man. There's no way she can get away with this, man. There's no way. If she wins, man, our justice system is just completely lost.
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're gonna have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
Yeah, a little pick me up. Yeah, she's drinking in court.
It's an unfortunate part.
Yeah.
I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
Oh, my gosh.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize the animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life.
All right, Hash. All right, brother.
Campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
All right.
You guys noticed in the
Sustained
audio
objection.
clip how calm and collected Johnny was, but how
What I
irate
was
she was and hostile?
Meeting with him about is
There's a
because
big
he,
difference in that.
put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack. and I
Calls for
was trying to get them to
speculation,
stop.
lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Oh, overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, there was, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine.
Yeah,
the press
exactly,
machine,
Lucas.
Because I was,
That's what I've been saying, man.
feeling
He's
like I couldn't live
he's
my
just
life.
been
I was
chill and
being
calm and
dropped
collected this
from
whole time.
commercial opportunities.
But
People
her?
were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just
Completely
I had
different.
never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me, got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls
was
for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stain just the last part of that. All right.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify.
Sorry, guys, I'm making my
earlier. Can you
thumbnail over
describe
CJ
to the
Farms
jury
tonight.
what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time. And then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet, and my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to
Overruled.
return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have.
She's saying what Johnny
I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name.
All you have is a lie.
And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Brain too, from your mouth.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million?
I wouldn't blame him for smacking her.
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed. It would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
Yeah.
What was your
She said I was told.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised
She
the
didn't donate
entirety
it all.
of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money.
She only donated $3.5
And in the
million. She's supposed
divorce,
to donate a lot more than
I
that.
just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So then I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
She did not.
Well, I pledged the first
That's a
half,
lie.
or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I've been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another.
She donated
nonprofit,
$3.5
so I'm
million to
affiliated
one
with
charity.
them,
It wasn't
and
two.
I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it.
I can't remember how much she got total, but she kept the rest for
What
herself.
about ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for
That's
people
all
who
she cares
deserved it.
about, Tristan. That's it. It's herself.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving
Yeah, she's
the
very
installments
desperate
over
at this
time.
point. She is.
Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit
She
of
is.
paying
She
overtime.
truly is.
It's my understanding that's how you pay these
That pink
large
drink
sums.
water
You
looks
pay it over
good.
time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
It does look good. It's probably pink lemonade, I'm sure.
Approximately how
With
much?
a hint of vodka.
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about. That does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
She just keeps digging herself a deeper hole, don't she, ladies and gentlemen? Yep. It doesn't add up. And you guys also notice, what's up, Zenu? How you doing, man? Zenu up in the house, baby. How about? What's up, Zenu? Dude, she is the meme of the internet, Zenu. She's the meme of YouTube, man. There's so many memes. Did you see my thumbnail, Zenu? Geoffrey actually helped me make that last night. Me and him were up pretty late, talking in a VC, and he helped me make that thumbnail. It was, man, we laughed so hard, my dude. We laughed so hard. Yeah, I'm feeling a little better, man. I still got the stuffy head. You know, my face is still sore right here, a little tender from the sinuses. I'm still real, sniffy and all that. But, yeah, overall, man, I'm feeling pretty good. Appreciate you asking, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, I feel pretty good today. My nose is itching a lot from the sinus draining, and all that. And, I've been blowing my nose. I've been blowing my blowhole constantly, man. And so man, dude, I know when the summertime comes around, it starts getting to summer, sinuses are going to start kicking in. Speaking of that, guys, I meant to tell everybody that, I told you guys, I've been telling you guys I was going to plant some corn in a little tub that my mom has back here in the back that she told me I could plant in. And I did that a few weeks ago. I went to Walmart in the garden center. I got me some corn seeds. I got me a bag of topsoil. I put the topsoil in, got it all in there, leveled it out, planted my corn a few weeks ago, and we now have 9 corn stalks. 9 corn stalks that are about that high already. And I'm going to do some vlogs out there by where I've got the corn planted and show you guys. I go out there and water them like every day. I water them every single day. I've got some fertilizer in there. But I'm just curious to see how good it does, you know what I mean? So we did plant the corn. And I'm going to do a vlog and show you guys what the corn looks like. It's actually pretty cool, man, to see the corn growing, to know that I planted that and it's growing, you know what I mean? It's really cool, man. It's a cool experience. I love it. Oh, yeah, Johnny's very intelligent. What's up, Gilbert Gamers up in the house? To all my members in the house, let me go ahead and give you guys a proper shout out. All my members up in the house, to all the new faces and all the subscribers in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate y'all showing up and hanging out with me during this case, man. It's been a pretty interesting case so far. Yeah, y'all forgive me. I'm actually making my, you didn't miss much, Coco. She's still lying. They've played a couple audio clips. What's up, fellow Will? What's up, man? Hey, welcome back, man. Good to see you, man. You was new a few streams ago. Good to see you back, man. They played some audio clippings, and what I thought was most ironic about those audio clips is how, in those audio clips, is how calm and collected Johnny was, but how irate and upset and chaotic she was. That's what I thought was ironic.
Do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted.
Hey, Mikey Hunter, subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Mikey, for subbing, man. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, man.
Paragraph 27.
Really appreciate that.
It says, neither party has made false accusations for financial
Thank you, Mikey.
gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance?
Appreciate you, Mikey. Thank you, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much, brother.
That was everything to me. That was what that was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something.
All
He
right.
acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you.
Oh, because it's
We
true.
can take this down, Michelle.
The truth
and
hurts.
I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot.
Yeah, so did he.
Was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained the objection.
And they say those words,
fought to
I
keep my
was
job
told.
in,
That's an objection
in a
for
movie
hearsay right
the biggest
there.
movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell
Wait
the
a minute,
jury
she was
what
in Justice League?
was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film.
DC Comics.
And it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it, and managed slowly to kind of to gain.
I
through this
thought
kind of hard
Aquaman
work
was
and
before
goodwill,
the
I was able
divorce.
to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and
Pretty sure Aquaman was before the
eventually
divorce.
made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was.
Did she play the
very
witch in
successful. I think it
Justice
was
League?
most
Was she
successful
really? I
DC
didn't even notice
film.
her in there. That's how
by
cool
its
she is
release,
not.
and I was getting my career
Oh
back,
man,
even though
God,
it
I
was,
kill me.
I took a major hit when I got my restraining order against John.
Well, Johnny took a major
So let's
hit
talk
too
about
from your
Aquaman for a
false
moment.
allegations.
I think you said it was the
Stupid.
highest grossing film of DC films.
I'm sorry, I
is that
shouldn't call
correct?
people stupid.
Yes.
That's not nice.
Okay. When did that
It's just
come
ridiculous
out?
that she lies like that.
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
Queen Mary, yep.
And was that a lead role?
I do remember on that.
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the
Oh.
female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. It was, love interest, the female, it was a female lead of the movie.
So in December of 2018,
You were his
as Aquaman was
mate?
coming out, why did you agree
Yeah,
to
Aquaman gave her the
participate
old
in
fish fin.
op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time. You know, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time, and I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation. That
I know, right, Charlie? That's
had
what he
around,
needs. Yeah.
Gender issues, and I was happy.
Oh,
to
did she
weigh
play
in,
Mira in Justice League too? I thought she played
on
Mira in
what I saw
Aquaman.
as
I gotta watch Justice League again.
unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful.
Yep,
when they speak
Ambassador
up
Blige. That's right,
about
Jennings.
gender-based violence, and
Gender-based. Come on, give me
I
a
thought
break,
I could lend
woman.
my voice to that conversation.
Yeah, gender-based violence. Exactly. You abused
Were you
him.
trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed. A major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way.
It
But the
is
other
when
way
you lie
around
about it.
Can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Mm-hmm. We hear
Because
you.
of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the
That's vice versa.
retaliation that people face when they come forward
She is a witch.
exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me.
She's been caught lying this whole
and
thing, man. It's
quite
been
literally proved
crazy,
my
dude.
point.
It's been crazy.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George,
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
That's right.
Speculation.
If she didn't want legal trouble, she shouldn't have put out the op-ed to begin with. She should have never done it. That would have kept all legal matters
Have
behind
knowledge
closed
of Eric
doors
George's abilities?
and out of the public eye.
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
And what, if any, what was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you
Yeah, Jennings,
if
yeah.
you can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Oh, Tristan,
This is the
100%.
online
Absolutely, yeah.
Version of the op-ed, and it
That's her
has
only
this
goal was
title,
to try and
"Amber
ruin
Heard,
him.
I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay.
God, she's a
I'm
liar.
going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit?
And terrible at it. She's a terrible liar.
And this has also already been admitted into evidence here.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to
These
the
new
second
headphones, guys,
page,
sound so good.
this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the
Transformative moment for
newspaper
women.
framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you
Certain
to
things,
turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up?
She was exposed to abuse at a very young age, she states, in the op-ed.
And do you recognize this document?
There you go. Suck that vodka down, girl.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's exhibit number 3
You know,
into evidence.
normally when people suffer through the type of abuse that she's explaining, they have PTSD. They usually end up being bipolar.
No.
I know people personally that's
First,
been
this
through
is
it, and they usually have to be medicated.
Yes.
Not once have they mentioned. As a matter of fact, they said she had no symptoms of bipolar. She has no mental illness. There's no medication she's taken.
Tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
That's right.
Okay. Now, did you send
Yeah.
this tweet?
That's right, Coco. That's
I think
right.
so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the
Rage about
title
violence and inequality
given to the
and
op-ed
political
online
strength despite
was
the price
included
of
in
coming
the tweet?
forward.
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. I mean, it's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed
But you wrote it.
the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to
Girl, that
ask
is
you-
your
let's go
Twitter.
back to number 2, page 2.
Is that not her
To
Twitter?
go, I'm going to ask
I'm gonna go
you,
look. We're gonna have a
what,
look,
if
guys.
anything, in this op-ed was incorrect.
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can load this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic
She almost
abuse
slipped
2
again.
years
Did you
ago?
hear that, guys?
Well, I went and
She
got
almost slipped
a
again.
restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters
I've got a Twitter up
in,
right
in
here.
retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, know it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can...
One
move
sec,
this
guys, I'll be
up
right back.
A little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection, Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't there was no parity. The studio and
right, guys.
decision makers and such were so ready to support him, and
Yeah, she is, Lucas. Yeah.
eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Right.
I'm on her Twitter
So
right now.
what,
People
if
are
any,
supporting her.
ill
I just
will
can't believe it.
Or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings.
Yeah, I'm on her Twitter
text
right now,
messages,
guys.
emails,
It's
etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
She has 220,000 followers on Twitter. I would think she would have way more than that. You know what I mean? Let us say, so she's got 220,000 followers. Let's look up Johnny Depp. If he even has a Twitter.
All right, I'm going to turn to your counterclaim. You have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to
he has a
ask,
Twitter.
if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask...
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster.
I don't think
if we
Johnny
do this
has a Twitter.
At a time.
Weird. I don't think he does. Got fan pages, you know what I mean? There's fan pages on here. She is a bitter shovel. She is. Yeah, Lucas, they still got to do cross-examination. So when the cross-examining takes place, so that's when, of course, Johnny's lawyers, his team of lawyers, and he has a team that will step up and put the pressure on her. And I'm telling you right now, with as much as she has slipped already under direct examination, she's going to break under pressure with cross-examination. She's going to break. I can't see her. Look at the side of her face, guys. The left side of her face, and I'm going to pull my mouse over here. You guys know what I'm talking about. On this side of her face right here. Look at that. Look how the mark still looks similar to what she took a picture of, right? I mean, it's... I'm telling you, man, when she said bruise kit, she royally messed up. That was a royal screw up, man. That was a royal screw up right there. I'm telling you, man. That right there is evidencing that that cross-examination is going to use against her, as well as they should, as they've used everything against Johnny. Yeah, I mean, everything he said when he was cross-examined by Amber's lawyers, you know, they used everything he said. They tried to use it against him. But the thing about Johnny, he's intelligent. He's smart. He's calm, cool. He's chill. He's collective. And that's one of the things that I've noticed in all these audio clips that they've played is in those audio clips, but one. The only video clip where I seen where Johnny was kind of mad was when he was slamming the cabinet doors in his Hollywood home. That's the only one where I seen him kind of, and he was just kind of angry. But he didn't touch her. It's like he said, yeah, I assaulted a couple of cabinets, you know, if that's what you want to call it. You know, he slammed a couple of cabinet doors, broke the glass. He threw a glass in the sink, shattered it. But outside of that, every audio clip I've heard, video that I've seen of them, he's always been cool, calm, and collective, and she's always been the irate one in those clips.
Okay,
always.
We're going to start by bringing up defendants 1240.
I'm telling you, Lucas, I agree. She's going to break like a ton of bricks, man. She's going to break, bro.
Moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article.
Yeah, exactly,
that was in the
Lucas. Yeah, how do you
Daily
not check
Mail.
back? Yeah. If they find her guilty for
2020.
perjury, she might do a little bit of
And
jail
then
time, not
Michelle,
much
if
because
you
she's a
can
celebrity,
move
so you know how
to
that
the
goes.
next Page. Perfect. It says,
But it will ruin her career,
Adam
though.
Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
She's not very
Did you
good at
see that?
highlighting things. She's a
Yes, I
thin.
do.
Is this a
She needs to
true
make
or
her
false
highlighter thinner.
statement?
False.
And why is it false?
False.
You have to use
Here we go. Here we go.
to use what I've lived through and
Here we go.
and what I've survived,
pathetic.
calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's
Wow, man, I'm just
that these aren't
appalled.
even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Now I'm going to ask if you can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A.
Oh, man, that's great.
And I think I'm moving this into evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can
She is stuttering. Yeah, bad.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops. But the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told DailyMail.com. And let's keep going.
They're trying their best to try and use everything against him when there's
So
actually
Amber
nothing
and
to
her
use against
friends
him.
Spilled a little wine and
Yeah,
wrapped
she
the
does. Goes
place
hype.
up,
She does.
got their
Welcome
story
back, man.
straight
Welcome back,
under
dude.
the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to
Charlie.
911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I
Here
didn't
comes the
rough
slip.
up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it
You're right about that.
online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over again.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
All right, and so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned
Oh, sorry,
up,
guys.
protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him.
No, you didn't.
And did
God,
the
she's
opposite.
a horrible liar. She's a horrible
And
liar.
I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years.
Sure it
Which
was.
that behind closed doors,
Mm-hmm.
things were
Gotcha.
not what it looked like.
Okay.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247?
She's
please,
so
and
dramatic,
along with
bro.
the admission?
All right. I know there's no objection. 12.
Like way over dramatic.
And Amber, this is another daily, a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further.
Just got to get the volume set right on that,
This one
guys.
says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have
gotta be real
reached the
soft.
beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax
There we go.
against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be
Preposterous.
for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection.
time.
Calls for
But
speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet
You don't have anything.
it won't be good enough for
What are
people
you
who are
talking
seeking
about,
to
woman? You
make
have
money off of
nothing.
Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
She has nothing.
Okay.
She
So,
is
I'm
right.
gonna
What's up,
take
Ryan?
you
You're new
now
here, man.
to
Welcome to live
the
stream, man.
damages
Appreciate you being
that
here.
You've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's
Is it
behalf.
Cartney? Ryan Cartney? Is that how you
Please
say
tell
it,
the
man?
jury how you were doing.
Yeah,
Objection.
here it
That's-
comes,
that's
Charlie.
a
Here it
legal
comes. What's up,
conclusion,
Black
Your
Panther? How
Honor.
you doing, man? Good to see you, bro.
I'm sorry.
Move to strike.
Good to see you,
Counsel's
man.
testimony.
Come forward.
Feel like my camera's still too low. I mean, too high. There we go. That's better. Yeah, she's talking about she has all this evidence. Man, you ain't got nothing, ho. You ain't got nothing against him. That's what she's wanting. She wants to have evidence against him, but she has nothing, absolutely nothing. That's why I put that sad violin for her.
From the record, we'll disregard that question. All right, your next question.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those 3 statements?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Well, they're not holding back, man. Good, I'm glad they're not. I'm glad they're not holding back. I'm glad they're not. You know Johnny just wants to walk up there and smack her right now. You know he does. You know he does. You know everybody in that courtroom just wants her to shut up. Including us.
So we'll move forward to my other question.
Hey, what's up, Sam the Adventurer? How you doing, man? Good to see you. It's been a little bit, man. I would say so, Sam. I would say so, yeah. Definitely. She's been lying the whole time, man. She's been lying the whole time.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled.
Yeah, she ain't like cry, baby.
It took hard work.
Oh, you have full wisdom to get it taken out, did you, man?
It took a lot of hard work
man.
On my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success.
Oh, that scared me.
I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was awaiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
A mega pint.
I remember
I poured
around
myself
the time,
a large glass of wine.
Unfortunately, I lost my mother
A mega pint.
on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her
Saving
that I
that, man.
got
Putting that in my
call
stream deck.
that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
So
Wow,
I was
man,
waiting.
that judge,
I was waiting a
dude.
schedule and a script for that.
That judge, bro.
Feeling concerned that I wouldn't have enough time to.
Yeah, you don't know what to believe with her.
having
You know what I'm
get
saying?
back
What's up,
into work.
Patrick
I
Smith? What's up, man?
got
How you
scheduled
doing?
To promote the TV series I was doing, and
The soundbite for Aquaman. I'll see if I can't find it, man.
This,
I'll see if I can't find it. What's up,
beauty
Patrick? I
brand.
think you're
And
new here,
then,
man. Welcome to live stream, brother. Good to have you, man. Appreciate you showing
I
up, man.
remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
Yep.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
A mega
Objection, Your
pint.
Honor.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Yes, dude. I'm keeping that.
Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with the stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was the stand,
I can push it.
correct?
A mega
Yes, the
pint.
TV series that
I
I
poured
had already
myself
completed.
a large glass of wine.
And were you actively involved in publicity
I love it.
for the stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I
Were you-
was.
Were you actively involved?
What did you?
in
Who
the
was it that said
publicity
Patrick?
after
Oh,
these
the
articles?
Aquaman. Okay.
No, shoots were canceled. Things were
Okay.
canceled.
With respect
It is Black
to
Panther. It is, brother.
Aquaman
It is all
1,
eyes.
Aquaman 2. You'd already
Okay.
starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2.
Let's see what we
just,
got.
Right for
That's correct.
okay. So
Just one
were
small
you
problem.
actively-
Sell their houses to who, Ben? fucking Aquaman!
And scripts for
Just one
Aquaman
small
2
problem.
before these articles.
Sell their houses
Yes,
to
I was.
Were you actively
That's all they have for
scheduling
Aquaman.
after these articles?
No, the communications stopped.
That's all they have
At
for
that point.
Aquaman.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Okay, what is it?
it is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we
Oh,
approach?
sure. Yes, ma'am.
Here we go. Let's approach. Yeah, I'm looking at some sounds, guys, while we're watching this. Get back to chat here. Why is the rum gone? Okay, yeah, I'll look that up. I will look that up. Why is the rum gone? All right, let's check that out. Yeah, they don't have anything for that. Crap, man. I was hoping they would. I was hoping they would. They have it by category. They have games too. They got like gaming.
Gay!
What's up, Hash? Welcome back, brother. That's a good one, man.
Gay! FBI, open up!
Ooh, they got a Chewbacca? Oh, no way. That's too loud. That was a Chewbacca fart, guys.
So,
You Wookiee sacker.
Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
Oh, man.
Structured
I
with
am Alex,
three-picture
yeah.
option.
I love this website.
I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella.
That was copyright.
So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2.
Hey,
Each
what's
time
up, Mascot? How you
the
doing,
fee
brother?
goes up, but
Objection, Your Honor. This is calls for speculation.
One of my
not
members
foundation.
right there. What's up, man? How you doing, brother?
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
Joker face. I love them little
And then
emotes,
was there
man.
also box office
That's great,
bonuses,
dude.
opportunities?
yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box
Did
office,
you say boners?
you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into
Number
the
2. She knows about that
contract
number 2, don't she?
with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract,
Objection
it is-
calls for speculation.
There you
I'll
go.
sustain that objection.
Stay on him. Stay on him.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'll
So
sustain that
ultimately,
objection.
what was picture number
I'm
2?
going to overrule all the other
Aquaman.
ones.
All right. And then, what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay, and what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative.
Oh my God!
A certain amount of communication you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, just like a brand ambassadorship.
Silence! I kill you!
And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
You want to feel how hard I can punch?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right, and then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264.
Yeah, I love that website, man.
And
I
that's
do. I
April
love
2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard
I
to
said,
extending the contract then?
They
You said number 2.
extended it.
You know that was her
They
that
chose
pooped on
to
his
extend
bed. That
it
was her
with
that
the
crapped.
option to kind of.
That was her feces,
And
man.
did they
That was
extend
her
it just
turd,
an
and it looked
additional 3
nasty.
months? If
That.
you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see.
Let's see. Let me think of another lie.
Yes, they did.
Okay, and what, if any, work
She had
did
to think
you
about it for a
do
minute,
for
didn't she?
L'Oreal
She gonna slip again.
after
Oh,
these
I'm so
3
sorry,
statements
guys.
were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll
Hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1.
You know what?
It's an extension
I
of
have
20
an
months, is
idea.
that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done.
You lie! You lie!
1 in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Lies!
Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263.
I was lying! You're lying! You're lying!
And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April.
You really think someone would do that?
Here lies Scout. He ran fast and died a virgin.
Participating in prior
But
to
lies.
We had appearances, talk show, press.
The lies! There you go,
Press
bitch.
junket, promotional material, photo shoot, and I was I had
Oh, man.
various publicity engagements lined up, like
Wouldn't that be great, Sam? Wouldn't that be great?
that sort of thing to promote the film. I mean, to promote the series.
Well, listen,
And what, if anything, were you able to do with
I don't know what
marketing
it's called.
opportunities
I just know
after
the sound it
failure?
makes when it lies.
Why you lie? Why the
None.
fuck you lie?
None.
What,
Why
if
you always
any
lying?
covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Oh, man.
And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page,
Oh.
how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
$200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266.
Fatality.
Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film. I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution. It's a budget film that I had been attached to for many years called Into the Fire.
Okay.
That is awesome, man. That is awesome.
January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
Yeah, for real.
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If
sorry.
you can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
And I want to see cross-examination, man. I want to see it.
65,000.
And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
Oh my God. Let me just look up fart.
Tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you ultimately able to get to film?
Yeah, I talked to a Mexican. I got to take my old one out. They're going to send me a couple videos on how to do it.
Very pared down
I got to take the other one
version of
out,
that role, yes.
send it to them. They're going to send me
What,
the new
if
one.
anything, changed
I'm going to
in the
put it
script?
in. It doesn't break
They took
warranty because I made it
away,
clear with them if
a
it broke
lot of
warranty that I wasn't going to do it. And they said it doesn't break warranty.
Lack of foundation.
They're going to send me the new GPU, and it beats me having to ship this big thing out. So I'm just going to replace it myself.
Was given a
Yeah,
script
they're covering it.
and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character. Without giving any spoilers away, they're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They didn't.
Ooh.
Yeah, they just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate?
Mina. Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain.
I'm sorry, guys.
What,
I
if
quit
any,
so we can
effort
listen to this.
did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay. Still the same.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Emma, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury
Ooh.
the emotional of these three statements we talked about.
Okay.
These three counter
It's too
claim statements.
much.
Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive. Lack of foundation. And
It's
hearsay.
responsive, Your Honor. She gets to give her content for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived.
God.
At
Here we
times.
go.
Embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar I have to relive this every single day
She
that
slipped.
I have to address those claims
I wanted to be known.
over and over again.
I
It was
mean, I
intimate, embarrassing,
wanted to be public.
deeply humiliating and personal.
She didn't want to be
things that
known
I've
for the abuse, is
survived
what she was going to say. That's what she meant to say.
are used against me every day. Over
She
and
is,
over again.
Alex. She is, man.
It's torture. I'm in so much pain.
Torture.
Emotionally.
So much pain.
I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I've lived through.
If they cannot see her acting this out, then they are
It's
all
torture.
truly blind.
It's torturous. I want you
And
to do that.
I'm strictly
wanna move
referring
on
to
with
the
my
judge
life.
and the jury.
I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too.
He has. He has moved on. He moved on till you put out the open.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
Man, shut up, ho. Ain't nobody talking to you. I object to you, Your Honor. You're out of order. You're out of order. This whole courtroom is out of order. Oh, man. Anybody tell me what movie that's from?
Why don't we just make it 3:25 then? We'll come back at 3:25.
Anybody want to take a wild guess what movie that's from? You're out of order. You're out of order. This whole courtroom is out of order. You can't handle the truth. Same movie. Same movie. All right, guys. So they're taking their afternoon 15-minute recess. I know, Hash. She's done all this fake crying, and it's just unbelievable, man. That's it, Tristan. You got it, man. A few good men. Very good, bro. Very good. Yes, a few good men. Both of those quotes were from A Few Good Men. All right, guys. So they're taking their 15-minute recess. I'm going to go out and take a 15-minute recess, and I'll see you guys back here roughly at 2:15, 2:20. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna go outside and she loves to put on the whole cry act and but then she's got no tears behind it it really killed me a while ago when she said we have all this evidence, or she said, I don't want to say it wrong, she said I have all this evidence to prove it. And she has nothing to prove anything. The only evidence that she may have to prove anything is evidence against herself. All those videos she took, like I said, the video clips, audio clips, shows Johnny being cool and collective, and it shows her screaming in an irate manner. And it's just, it is what it is, man. Justice is going to be served, and I think in the end of this, however much longer this goes on, I know that I had a couple of questions earlier about how much longer this is going to go on. So the best way I can answer that is that I'm really not sure. I do know the defendant as well as the plaintiff has so many hours to testify, and then they cut it off. That's it. Unless they call another witness, and then that's different. They can bring in other witnesses. But as far as their own personal testimony, they only have so many hours to testify, and then they cut it off. So, and I think the last time they were in session, I think Johnny had 29 hours left to testify, and she had somewhere around 28 hours to testify. So, something like that. Or 32. She had 32. Johnny had 29, I think. Something like that. Too many people, it's crazy. Oh, yeah, Hash, yeah. In Virginia. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a cool case so far. I mean, I'm enjoying watching it with you guys. You know, as long as y'all are here hanging out with me, that's all that matters to me. So we're gonna take a 15-minute break, guys. I'm gonna turn the camera off. I will leave the desktop audio on in case it comes on before I come back, and I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. All right, guys. Trying to figure out why the screen went completely dark over here. Oh, sorry, my phone's up. Let me turn that down. What happened? All right, let me do this. Let me go back to YouTube. Let's see. I can't believe every major news station is not covering this. Like ABC News, they're not covering the trial. I'm pretty blown away by that. All right, let's see. Okay. What's up, guys? How y'all doing, man? Good to see. I'm glad y'all are up in here with me, man. It makes it a lot better when you guys are here with me. Appreciate y'all being here. So, for those who are wondering about so this is what they're going to do with the PC. I called him. The guy said he was going to put in a note and request that I get a different brand graphics cards. The only one they may have available would be MSI, EVGA, or Asus. And I told him I was fine with any of those brands as long as it wasn't Gigabyte. So what I have to do is they're going to send me an RMA number, a sticker, and then they're going to send me a couple of videos, one on how to remove the graphics card. So I'm going to take the graphics card out, take it down to the post office, ship it to them because you got to ship the faulty one back first. They're going to take that one. They're going to send me the new one in which they'll have a video ready for me on the email where it shows me how to install it. And if I have any trouble, they said I can always call them back and somebody on tech support will walk me through it step for step on how to install that graphics card. So, and the one I have now, it's not that hard to take out. It looks like it's just one plug and maybe a couple of screws. And I think it's the same for this one, except for the graphics card in the newer PC, it's got two plugs. So the two plugs have to come out. And they said there was a couple screws in the inner part of the graphics card you got to pop out, and the graphics card slides out. So I'm gonna watch the video, or I might call them back and have them walk me through the uninstallation process. They said if I needed any help at all to call them back. iBuy is great, man. iBuy has been good to me so far. Offering to say, hey, if you need any, the guy told me, he was like, yo, man, he was very sincere. He said, if you need any help at all, he said, do not hesitate to call us, during our regular business hours and get with technical support, and they will walk you through uninstalling that graphics card and putting the new one back in. So I'm like, well, that's easier to do that. Plus, I asked them because I wanted to make it very clear. I said, now, if I do it like this is not going to break my warranty, right? And they said, no, it will not break your warranty. So I was like, okay, let's do it that way. It keeps me, for one, it keeps me from lifting the PC. Two, it's gonna save on a ton of my body muscles. So I just do it like that. I would rather lift maybe a 1 pound, 2 pound, if it's even that, graphics card, opposed to a 75, maybe 75 pound PC. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna do it like that. Back to the PC and a clip towards the back of the card on the motherboard. Got you. Did you take the graphics card out? Okay, I got you. And I'm sure there's probably YouTube videos for it as well. I mean, I can probably go to YouTube right now and look up, how to remove a, if I can spell today, a graphics card. Yep. Remove GPU right here. There it is right there. 4-minute video, 3-minute video right here. Here's one right here. Let me cut the audio, guys. They're showing it step for step on how it's done. I did cut the audio for copyright reasons, guys. Oh, so sorry, guys. Oh, there's a tempered glass. Gotta take that off. I know. Oh, there's the plug. I've got 2 of those. I've got 2 plugs. My graphics card has 2 plugs in it on the side. Ah, there's the screws right there. I bet it comes right out. Oh, it's got that clip in the back that you got to push it into, just like a ram, just like RAM. Plug it back in. Looks pretty simple. Gonna say, can't be too hard. Can't be too hard, right, guys? Yeah, tons of videos. Oh, you didn't hear Joker Face? The new PC I got, I didn't even have it for 2 days, and the graphics card went out on it. So I got to send the graphics card back. They're gonna send me a new one, and I'm gonna install it. All right, guys. Let me go back to 1 second, guys. Let me switch back over. I can turn the desktop audio back on. Are they still in recess, yo? Surely the recess isn't this long, is it? Okay, court's coming back in session, guys. I'm going to pull it back up here. Let me go back here. Why is it not in session on that one? That's mighty weird. Okay, well, we'll just watch it from this one. Alright, guys, let me switch it back over. Court's coming back in session. Make sure the volume's up on YouTube. Yeah, it is. Alright. Card install drivers are for the gigabyte card versus whatever card is sent to you. Oh, got you. Okay, I got you, Hash. I got you. I get what you're saying. Oh, what's up, Officer Dog? Man, she's been lying about everything, literally everything. Yeah, that was. I figured they would have mentioned that to me over the phone. But yeah, I figured it'd be. What's up, Rinks? How you doing, man? It's all good, man. It's all good, brother. Some of the people they were talking about the court case this morning, some of the people here, the people you see in the courtroom, they were lined up outside the courthouse since, what was it, like yesterday at 7? They've been out there since 7 o'clock yesterday waiting to get in. People, I mean, there's not very many people you can fit in a courtroom, right? It's a small area, so, I mean, so there's people that line up. They were out there since 7 o'clock yesterday waiting to get into the room. And, you know, the only reason they really want to be there is for Johnny. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even the people who are on, you know, the side where Amber's sitting, they're all for Johnny, man. There might be one person in there that's for Amber, maybe two. I don't think there's many people for Amber, though, to be honest, Pat. I'm going to check Twitter again. One sec, guys. Oh, wrong button. Guys, I just realized that my mic was muted. I'm so sorry. I have to go pick up my wife from work. That whole time you guys didn't hear anything I said. I have to go pick up my wife from work, take her by the 10 in bed, and then I'll be back. I'm going to leave the stream up. The desktop audio is on so you guys can hear the trial as they turn the audio back on their end. So with that being said, sorry guys. With that being said, I'll see you in a little bit. I'll be back in maybe like an hour. I got to get my little girl dressed over here, and then I'm going to go get my wife, go to the 10 in bed, take her to the 10 in bed, and then I'll be back here. I'll chime in the live stream when I can, ladies and gentlemen, and chat with you guys when I can, and watch the trial with y'all. So I'll see y'all in a little bit, man. Peace out, guys. Love y'all, and I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Don't forget to sub to my second channel up in the pinned comment, and I'll see y'all shortly, man. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. All right, be seated. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just been
I
through.
just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of? You
Yes,
want to touch me?
please stop.
Fucking
Please stop.
fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you to say bye. I wanted to end that.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
What? You're not my shrink. No, you're in fucking heart. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't even don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
Yeah. And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Miss Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Miss Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger, every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, "You don't know how many times he hit you in the face."
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always...
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Mr.
I don't know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident, that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose was bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248. Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249. This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to this jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the all-star comedy tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Right. Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event, the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown
did.
to this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, that's fine.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai, the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
I'll show you one more picture. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence. Publish.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
And you testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial? You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
We can have a transcript for the jury, or excuse me, for the witness.
Okay. All right, we'll get it. I will do. Thank you, Judy.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
All right, yes, ma'am.
And would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593 of the jury trials transcript. Lines 8 through 13.
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes?
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, strike that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute, but I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure. You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
I grew up
in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really?
Not
a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace. So I knew.
Your Honor, I'm so
I had to
sorry,
train.
but it's not published to the jury. If we may have it, please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really? Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace. So I knew I had to train for it, and what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working my way up from the floor and learning the technical aspect of ballet, and I've got these dances down technically perfectly. I'm learning all the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working, and I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos and images to my friends to get encouragement, look for their support. And everyone shoots back, what's with the claw hand? And I look and I realize all that stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet
What
mastered.
were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, I'd be doing a jump with a back bend, and you can see this graceful falling, and my hands are and my face though is I've got that you saw in the clip, these beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on and flower crowns and all this stuff, and then my hand and my face, and then my hands.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98. These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs, stills. They're not it's not like a photo shoot, it doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right. And Ms. Bernhoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom.
That's correct.
With a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes.
So you had a split lip when you were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way.
I sure did.
In those photographs.
Absolutely.
Okay. You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence. These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence? This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
but you went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. If we could please go, well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah, but it doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll move to strike. Okay.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp, as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know. All right.
They have not been produced, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
they've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
come and approach.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as
Yes.
a result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence. You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And
yes.
I took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this picture as well.
Yes.
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on his island.
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. You also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took a picture of it?
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection,
and protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help, is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document, so if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252. 2A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Hurd. So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Brito? Could you turn on your microphone again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I need to see it first because I don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not Ms. Hurd's
Up or down on
text messages, consistent with hearsay.
You ready? Maybe we approach.
Okay.
Ms. Hurd, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And you sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Ms. Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
Why would it?
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Ms. Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please take a look at one of those. If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence. Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to the photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table?
that is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it?
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
Doesn't stay
residue.
on the table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see 1 cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did. I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings from Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8, exactly.
Your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU.
That's correct.
And you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259. This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the statement below. Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is some.
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I see the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no... it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each.
To the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid the installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
You also
And
publicly...
he chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break. That if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments, and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260. This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp Row Over Divorce Donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page. Her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
You released a statement
May
through...
we approach again?
Okay.
Before we ask the next question, I'll just hand you a copy of this one.
I want to see it before you ask.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. That's exactly what I said. Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
No, that's all right. That's fine. Thank you. Could you please turn your microphone on? I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt.
Your Honor, they gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full document.
I plan to admit it, or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay, and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do, we have the right to be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have a document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Okay, give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Braddock. May I approach?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, can we have a copy of this?
You can get a copy of that later today. Okay.
Right.
All right.
I mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well,
thing
I understand, but
before.
we'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of there's some quotation marks missing.
Okay, come forward.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen?
What is up, ladies and gentlemen?
Let me turn my phone down.
All right.
So they are nailing her hard. Like they are.
So directing your attention is her, where it says her spokeswoman responded.
I said they're nailing her hard.
The language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't.
What's up, Sang? What's up, pal? How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man.
If you want to lay a foundation to that, go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr.
Let me turn my light
Depp
out back here,
donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
You know.
The statement that starts
Objection, Your Honor.
at Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say.
Oh, yeah.
read that
What's
for
up,
yourself.
Gaming with NAK? What's up, man? I know I recognize your name. I know you've been here before. I know you've been here before, man. I've seen you in the live chat before. How's it going, man? Good to see you, dude. Gaming with NAKT129. God, I know I've seen your name somewhere before,
The
man.
last word is supported.
Is that Bunny? What's up? Is that Bun? Yeah, Bunny. Is that how you say it? What's up, Bunny? You are new. Welcome to live stream. Appreciate you being here.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
That's a statement.
Good to see you.
Through
Good
your
to see ya.
spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA.
What's up, Thomas? How you doing, man? Thomas
Correct,
Collins
sir?
up in the house.
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall.
Yeah, we've been
what
on
the
this
statement was
case
we released.
since
Is there
9
anything
o'clock this
inaccurate
morning,
in that
man.
statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 12-1-2.
There you go. Overrule some stuff. There you go, Judge.
Thank
Make
you.
some good calls. For once.
Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence,
They're fixing to use it
and
against
the
her.
Children's
Watch.
Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
I love it. They're doing that to her like they did to Johnny. Did I read that right?
After this, you kept commenting about
I'm
the
feeling better,
donation and
Thomas. Thank you for
divorce
asking, man. I'm
settlement,
feeling a lot better, yeah.
Uh,
There's still
I
real stuff, you
don't
know,
know
in
what
my
you mean
head
by
and
that.
stuff, but I'm feeling
You
pretty
spoke
good,
about
man.
donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had. I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
Sorry, guys, had to get a fan on me.
If you could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for
any
permission
objection?
to publish
Your Honor,
it.
it contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay.
very briefly.
Look at Johnny's team, man. Look at Johnny's team of lawyers opposed to Amber's, right? Look at his team of lawyers, man. They are just... And they're good at their job. They're so good at their job, man. It's just... They're flawless. They're so good at it. Somebody got some Starbucks. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's why I said earlier, Tristan, in the direct examination... everything that she was answering and saying that happened, they're going to turn around and they're going to use it against her. Cross-examining could go on for the next few days, even a week, like they did Johnny. You know, Johnny's went on for almost a week. His direct examining and cross-examining went on for about a week. The two combined together, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, pal. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're working for that. Yeah, they're working for that money, Black Panther. You know, Johnny is paying. His lawyers are top dollar lawyers. We're talking like, you know, where we get a lawyer. You know, the retainer fees are like what, $1,500 for a lawyer. I'm sure his retainer fees for his lawyers are probably, you know, $5,000. I'm sure. Every bit of it. And he's paying him top dollar right now. I'm sure he's probably paying him by the hour. He's got the money to do it. Why not? He's got the money to do it, man. Yeah, he's paying his lawyers to do their job and to do what they're supposed to do. And this has probably been these people right here has probably been his lawyers for a very long time, I'm sure. Oh yeah, Tristan, 120% he's gonna win. Yeah, he's got this. I mean, there's the timer right there, guys. The time of the court. They've been in court right there. They've been in session for 5 hours, 5 minutes, and 37 seconds right there, guys. I need a little timer back here. Oh, somebody already got it. Somebody already got it. Hidden by Hash. Boy, Hash is quick on the draw, baby. He is quick on the draw. What's up, Sexy Chat XYZ adult dating site? I don't know why YouTube hasn't taken care of that stuff yet.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement.
This?
You got $7 million.
Oh, here we go.
People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
She's just digging herself a hole, man. Just deeper and deeper.
2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
Yeah, Hash was on it.
I don't remember when this was.
Hash is always on it, man. He's quick in Geoffrey's chat. He's quick in mine, man.
$7 million
By the time I had my phone up, man, he done had it gone.
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
It's like Hash just sitting there waiting with that band hammer in his hand. He's just like, pow! Just gets him quick, man. As soon as they come in, he's got him.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
Oh, yeah, pal. Yeah. She's asking for another snort of coke. Oh, the hole's so deep right now, man. It's just.
This is the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right?
She's knee deep in BS, is what she
Yes,
is.
that's
She's
what it
knee
looks
deep
like.
in it.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled Equalization Payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments.
Look how much he had to pay her.
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page
Look
5,
how much he had to pay her.
So the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Bruderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That.
Okay. It's a actual. He literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment
I lost my headphone connection. Hang on, guys.
$2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the
There we
payments
go.
were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. It's
Overrule the
improper.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here
This
in
is on
court
Sky News,
when
Thomas.
Mr.
This is
White
on Sky
testified
News.
that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018.
She's trying to avoid it.
This was before Mr. Depp sued you.
That
for
just means her
defamation,
eyes
correct?
different colors.
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would agree with me?
That is correct.
They've done their
and you hadn't yet
research.
been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point.
Here we go, baby.
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million
She didn't.
divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the
Ms.
settlement,
Heard,
$7
that's
million
not my
to
question.
charity, and I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated, the $7
That's
million
right. There's a difference.
divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question.
Yeah, baby. Nail her.
As of today, you have not paid
Look at her smiling back there.
$3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you
Ooh.
have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything, and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
You got $7 million.
Didn't get it. Wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny. That's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name, and at the time I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did.
You're
see
still
it as
being called a
important
liar.
To clear that up.
You were then
I
and you
wanted to
are
make a
now.
Statement to make sure that there was not.
She's
any
done,
doubt
man.
that
She's
I couldn't
done.
Be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity. reach.
Thomas.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic
Woo.
violence.
Calm down, Thomas.
Right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
The lady that's talking to her.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen. You wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble.
Pal.
I have never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce
She's
settlement
done.
was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
Pal said Johnny's tapping at
Ms.
Thomas.
Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity.
This is
End quote.
good.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
No. Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Somebody was shouting.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurd?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
That's not what she's saying.
Statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Hurd,
entire
Ms.
house
Hurd,
at one
respectfully,
time. You pay it
I'm
over
not
time.
asking, Ms. Hurd.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That
She
statement
lied.
isn't true today. as you sit here today, is it?
It is true.
Yeah,
I pledged the
Charles. What's up,
entire-
Charles? How you
But
doing,
you
man?
didn't donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those.
So that's a no, right,
obligations.
Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million.
And it's your fault.
For 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
She's avoiding the
So
questions
your
at all
sworn
costs.
Testimony from the UK.
These lawyers have deeply dug and did their research. They've done some deep digging on her, man. They have. And it's not hard to dig on her. I mean, you can find stuff about her all over the place. She has not made a good name for herself thus far, and she's probably not going to make a good name for herself at all. What's up, Dalton Mitchell's up in the house, man?
Get over here!
What's up, Dalton? How you doing, brother? That is Dalton's button right there, man. He loves that button.
There's this light coming across.
A mega
I
pint.
appreciate that.
I
It's
poured
probably good
myself
light.
a large glass of wine.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Hey, she's done, man. She's done. That lawyer just proved that she lied under oath. She's done. They're going to charge her for perjury, lying under oath, and she'll probably
your third
get all
witness
kinds of
statement that
fines.
you
She'll
submitted
have to
in the
pay
UK
that
action, right,
donation.
Ms.
She'll have to pay it.
Correct.
Because
And
she
the
said she's
statement
going to
was
do it.
made
She'll be
under
forced to
oath.
pay it.
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement.
Okay, Thomas,
That's
calm
your
down, buddy.
signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made the sworn statement
Oh my
on
gosh.
February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some.
Ash said,
of the
man,
$7
always
million
rides the
divorce
razor's
settlement
edge.
for
Chilled.
yourself, right?
I'm very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor is
Okay,
fine,
you said
this is a good
it's a
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening.
Oh, is that
tonight,
it?
Do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case
That
with
it?
anybody. I know these
Woo,
days are a little
guys.
longer, and I appreciate your
Yo,
patience and
it was really nailing
taking
her,
care of
man.
everything here.
I
Please
love
take care of
it.
yourself tonight.
I
Okay?
love
See
it.
you in the morning at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. tomorrow morning, guys. That means 8 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. We'll be live right back here on the main channel, picking up on this case again. Don't forget, guys, that in about an hour and a half, I will be live on CG Farms, and we'll be back on Riverview Map. We'll
Again,
be
Mr.
live
Wilson,
streaming
you're
over
still,
there.
On the witness stand, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorney, okay? All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow then? All right, we'll see you at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm not rising. Rise this. I'm just kidding, guys. All right, guys. So that's it for today. Oh, yeah. She needed a break. Yeah, she's going to go home and her heart's going to be pounding. She's going to think about all the cross-examination she's got to face tomorrow, maybe possibly the rest of the entire week. And this is the last of the testimony that I know of. I don't think that Johnny has any more witnesses. I don't think Amber has any more witnesses to call. I think after she's done testifying, I think that's it. And Pals to Thomas is rising. But I want to thank everybody for hanging out. Yeah, guys, let's try and keep it clean. Clean in the chat, guys. We're watching the Thomas. We're watching the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. That's what we're watching. Hawk Gaming, what is up, man? Hey, good to see you back, dude. You were new a few streams ago, man. Good to see you back in here, man. Shark Wizard, how you doing, man? Been a little bit since you've been here. How you doing, Shark Wizard? Good to see you. A new face right there, man. Once again, to all my members in the live stream, I need a button for my sound for my moderators too. I need a sound for my moderators. What can I do for my moderators? What can I do? I'll do this. This will be for my moderators. All my moderators. Finish him. All right, that's going to be for my moderators. All my moderators, new faces, all my members in the house. Thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me all day long. Again, guys, here in about an hour and a half, we'll be live on CJ Farms. My channel, second channel is pinned in the comments up there. I will see you guys then. And tomorrow morning, we'll be live here, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we'll be tuning back in for the cross-examination of Amber Heard. I can't wait to see what they're going to bring tomorrow. I can't wait. Ooh, they're nailing her so good right now, man. I just can't wait. The trial's been going for 3 weeks, maybe a month, almost a month now. It's been going for a long time. It's been going for a while. I would say close to a month because I started watching it just a few weeks ago. I was actually watching it on the first day of the trial. So yeah, it's been close to a month it's been going on. But yeah, guys, tomorrow, same time, same place, same entertainment. But tomorrow we're going to get to see. What's up, Matthew Coleman? How you doing, brother? One of my members right there. Appreciate you, Matthew, showing up, man. Matthew, we're going to be live on CJ Farms here in about an hour and a half, brother. It's pinned up there. I know you're already subscribed, but it's pinned up there if you need to click it for any reason. For those who haven't subbed on my second channel, it's pinned up there, guys. Sub to me and come check me out here at 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over on CJ Farms. We'll be live streaming on Riverview Map, and we're going to be getting some work done tonight. So, love you guys so much. Appreciate y'all being here. I'll see you on the next video, man. God bless you all, and may God bless you all in your everyday walk. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all in the next video. Peace! Look at that thumbnail, guys. Look at that thumbnail. Yo. I beat you to it, Hash. I beat you to it. I think I beat you to it. I beat you to it, Ash. I got the first one. You got the second one, man. Guys, look at that priceless thumbnail that Geoffrey helped me make. Yo, man, we did the beard was, Geoffrey sent me a transparent beard. He sent me the eyeballs. I did the trident and the halo over Johnny's head and the horns and stuff, but Geoffrey sent me the eyeballs and the beard. Oh, man, that's so funny. Guys and girls, have an amazing night. I'll see y'all over on CJ Farms. Peace out, ladies and gentlemen. Love y'all so much.